The House will come to order. Members, please register. Mr. Aguirre, present. Mr. Hefner, present. Have all members registered? The quorum is present. Will the House and gallery please rise for the invocation which will be offered by the chaplain.
Lord of all being, thank you for this gift of rain. Through it, you not only provide for the growth of the good things on this earth, you remind us that all the good in our own lives comes from you. May we strive this day to respond in kind, loving you and our neighbor with all our heart, soul, and strength. Protect those who have no one to look after them, physically or spiritually, and keep them from all harm. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Ray Lopez of Bexar County to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Speaker, members, and those in the audience, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the state and to the U.S. flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honoring the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one indivisible.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HCR 99, Craddock, sponsored by Sparks, recognizing May 6th through 12th, 2023 as Nurses Week in Texas. SB 135, West, relating to the recording the status of certain home studies performed by the Department of Family and Protective Services. SB 330, Hall, relating to the resilience of the electrical grid and certain municipalities. SB 532, West, relating to a repayment of certain...
Thank you, sir. The chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Larry Kravitz, not Lenny Kravitz. Dr. Larry Kravitz from Austin as the Doctor of the Day. Mr. Metcalf moves to dispense the reading and referral bills until the end of today's business. The objection chair has none so ordered. The following announcements, the clerk will read the announcements.
The Committee on Business and Industry will meet today upon adjournment at desk 144 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business. The Committee on Environmental Regulation will meet today upon adjournment at desk 42 in a formal meeting to consider pending and referred business. The Committee on Natural Resources will meet today upon adjournment at desk 1 in a formal meeting to consider pending and referred business.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman for a recognition.
Thank you. you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to briefly talk about, as it's working through the process, House Resolution 1212. It is the honoring Israel for its 75th birthday. And we have a whole bunch of celebratory activities this afternoon all across the city. But I want to recognize a very special group up in the gallery, including Livia Link Raviv, the Consul General of Israel to the Southwest, and Kenny and Sherry Goldberg. Kenny is chair of the Texas Holocaust, Genocide, and Anti-Semitism Advisory Commission. Sandra Hagee Parker, who's a board member of the Texas Holocaust, Genocide, and Anti-Semitism Advisory Committee. Fred Zeidman. Fred is chairman emeritus of the United States Holocaust Memorial and oversaw the Holocaust Museum. The Texas Holocaust, Genocide, and Anti-Semitism Advisory Commission represents the Jewish Federation, representative of AGC, representative of AIPAC, students of UT Hillel, members of B'nai B'rith, and many other special guests representing various other Jewish organizations here celebrate Israel's 75th birthday. Thank you all for being here today, and happy birthday to the nation of Israel.
The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
H.R. 463 by Hinojosa, congratulating Austin Community College on its 50th anniversary.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, this year, Austin Community College is celebrating its 50th anniversary, serving its 8-county service area, Bastrop, Blanco, Caldwell, Hayes, Travis, and Williamson counties. In the fall of 1973, ACC opened under the help and support of the Austin Independent School District, welcoming more than 1,700 students. Helping to meet the region's workforce needs, ACC has grown to become one of the largest college systems in the country. It now serves approximately 70,000 students annually at 11 campuses across Central Texas. ACC has earned wide recognition for innovation and academic excellence. Data from the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board indicates that it has the fastest growing graduation rate amongst its peer colleges. Help me welcome up in the gallery Dr. Richard Rhodes, Chancellor of Austin Community College, who we will miss when he retires later this year. Personally, I want to say you have been the steady hand at ACC, and it really has been a tremendous contribution that you have made to our community in your time there. The ACC Board of Trustees are with us: Manny Gonzalez, Steve Jacobs, Julie Nitch, and Chair Barbara Meek. Students and alumni, and ACC's Riverbat mascot. I move passage.
The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
H.R. 332 by Murr, recognizing the Camp Bullis Centennial Landscape.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr.
Mr. Speaker, members, I would like to take up and consider the previously adopted resolution, House Resolution 332. The Joint Base San Antonio Camp Bullis was designated as a Sentinel Landscape in 2022 by the United States Department of Defense, the Department of Agriculture, and the Department of the Interior. Sentinel landscapes are areas in which natural and working lands are well suited to protecting defense facilities from land use that is incompatible with the military's mission. Once a location becomes a Sentinel landscape, the DoD, the USDA, and the DOI work with local partners to equip private landowners with the resources necessary to carry out sustainable management practices. The training ranges at Joint Base San Antonio Camp Bullis play a critical role in military preparedness, and the Camp Bullis Sentinel Landscape, supported by the Camp Bullis Sentinel Landscape Partnership, is safeguarding those ranges while also promoting agriculture and economic vitality and conserving our natural resources. Today in the gallery, we have Daniel Oppenheimer, Executive Director of the Camp Bullis Sentinel Landscape, Ashley Estep, Legislative Affairs Officer for JBSA, David Carr, Army Regional Environmental Coordinator for Army Region 6, Bill Barker with the Great Springs Project, Lori Stenson, Vice President, Military Affairs and Leadership Development with the San Antonio Chamber of Commerce, Victor Salazar, Military Veterans Affairs Program and Services Coordinator for the Alamo Area Council of Governments. Please stand and be recognized in the Texas House. Thank you for being here today.
The chair recognizes Ms. Rose for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 1216.
Members, you heard the motion to object, and the chair hears none. The rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1216 by Rose, recognizing April 26, 2023 as Balk Springs Day at the state capitol.
The chair recognizes Ms. Rose to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to welcome to the Capitol today a special group of folks who traveled from Dallas County, and they are from the city of Balk Springs. They are here today for their Balk Springs Day at the Capitol. They're here for a day of action and advocacy, and I'm so pleased to represent Balk Springs. Prior to redistricting, Representative Bowers and myself shared Balk Springs, but everyone loves Rep. Bowers, so she still represents Balk Springs. We still share it together. If hope springs eternal, so does Balk Springs. It was in the late 1800s when John Balk and his friends and his family settled in the area where they discovered 3 natural springs. 2 of them ran dry, but the third, well, that one was continual. By the late 1950s, the town sprouted at 3,500 people, and thanks to its proximity to Dallas, the Balk Springs population exploded. The city grew even more when Interstate 635 went through the town and made commuting back and forth to jobs easier in Dallas. So fast forward to 2023, the city has an Amazon delivery center, a retail trade area population of more than 188,000, a 95-acre business park, a 64-acre proposed medical corridor, and 75 acres of future development. It's an honor to welcome the leadership of Balch Springs. We have with us today the mayor, Dr. Kerry Gordon. If you would please stand. We also have city council members Angela Singletary, Council Member Paula Garcia, Council Member Alicia Miles, and Marie Today. If you all would please stand. Also joining the leadership is the Chamber of Balch Springs Chamber of Commerce, and we have Mr. Alvesta Gibson, who is the president of the chamber. We have Lakeitha Bradley, who's the chair of the chamber, and Kara Barnes, who's the vice chair. Members, I thank you for giving me this opportunity to recognize this great city and these great folks who make up the great city of Balch Springs. Welcome to your state capital.
The chair recognizes Ms. Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Rose. For the last 4 years, it's been an honor to represent Balch Springs. It was hard to lose you all, but I want you to know you didn't lose me. You're still on my heart. My staff has you in mind always, and I just thank Representative Rose for so graciously allowing me to still love on the city of Balch Springs, one of the best jewels in the Dallas County.
Right, that's right.
The chair recognizes Ms. Rose.
Move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption resolution. The objection, chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Ms. Bowers moves to have all members' names added to the resolution. The objection, chair hears none. So ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend all necessary rules, take up and consider H.R. 1211.
Members have heard the motion. The objection, chair hears none. The rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1211 by Martinez, recognizing April 26, 2023 as the City of Alamo Day at the state capitol.
The chair recognizes Martinez. Explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today is a great day as we have the inaugural year for Alamo Day, and they're joining us from our district with significant growth and great representation, commerce, ecotourism, and arts, and tourist attractions. Welcome to your Texas capital. We have our Mayor Pro Tem, Pete Morales, J.R. Garza, our Commissioner, Maria del Pilar Garza, Commissioner, Oki Salinas, Bobby Salinas, City Manager, and the rest of our EDC and Chamber of Commerce. Please stand so we could recognize you and welcome to your Texas House. And Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption resolution. The objection, the chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up House Resolution 1210.
Members, you heard the motion. Their objection, the chair hears none. The rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk read the resolution.
H.R. 1210 by Martinez, honoring Commissioner Maria del Pilar Garza for her years of service to the City of Alamo.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez. Explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And today, as we recognize Alamo Day, we also want to recognize a very special individual, Commissioner Maria del Pilar Garza, with over 40 years of experience in her career as a teacher, counselor, principal, assistant principal, and central office administrator. We want to recognize her for her years of service, her dedication to the community. We love you. May God bless you. May God bless Texas. And welcome to your Texas House, Commissioner. And I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption resolution. There's no objection. The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Plisa for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I motion to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider H.R. 1226.
Members, you heard the motion. There's no objection. The chair hears none. The rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1226 by Plisa, honoring the Texas Psychological Association on the occasion of Psychology Week 2023.
The chair recognizes Ms. Plisa to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would like for you to join me today in welcoming the Texas Psychological Association to their Texas capital during Psychological Week 2023. Here in the gallery are members of the Texas Psychological Association and graduate researchers in the University of Texas's Clinical Psychology Doctoral Program. Members, join me in applauding Texas psychological and psychologists and their contributions to improving access to mental health care in Texas. Thank you for being here and welcome to your state capitol. I move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
H.R. 1000 by Harris of Anderson, congratulating Connie Hickman on her retirement as Justice of the Peace for Navarro County Precinct 4.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harris of Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Resolution 1000 congratulates Judge Connie Hickman on her retirement as Justice of the Peace for Navarro County, Precinct 4. Judge Hickman retired in June 2022 as a Justice of the Peace. After serving her 8th term in office, she completed almost 40 years of service to the citizens of Navarro County. For several years, she served as the only Justice of the Peace prior to this county splitting into 4 precincts. At the time of her retirement, Judge Hickman was the longest tenured elected official in Navarro County and was among the highest decorated Justices of the Peace in the state of Texas, receiving numerous achievements for her service. Judge Hickman and your family, would you please stand? Members, please join me in a round of applause for Judge Hickman and her service to the citizens of Navarro County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism in a public hearing on Thursday, April 27th at 8 a.m. in room E2012 to consider HB 5248 by Zwiener relating to the establishment of a task force to provide recommendations for the repatriation and disposition of indigenous objects held by state institutions and agencies.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Members, we're about to go on the calendar. If you have a bill, please be ready. The chair recognizes Mr. Harris for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to quickly recognize one of my county commissioners from Navarro County, Commissioner Eddie Moore. Eddie, would you please stand up? Welcome to the Texas Capitol. Thanks for coming down today.
The chair lays out on third reading SB 1055. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1055 by Nichols, relating to the creation of a new university in Nacogdoches, Texas, within the University of Texas system, abolishing Stephen F. Austin State University.
The chair recognizes Mr. Clardy to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, let's start this day off with a bang. First on your calendar and first in your heart, today is the day we get to introduce Stephen F. Austin State University into the University of Texas system. It's a very proud day for me to be able to offer this bill on the floor. If you look over my right shoulder, above our friends in Ledge Council, you'll see a gentleman standing there with his dog and a gun. The father of Texas, Stephen F. Austin. Today, it seems, if you look at the portrait, he's smiling a little bigger, his vision more optimistic, and his body seems poised for the fight. We're blessed to have this opportunity to move his namesake university into the University of Texas system. Members, I'd appreciate your unanimous support as we make our father, Stephen F. Austin, proud of what we do here on this chamber. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1055. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show the speaker voting aye. To Mr. Cook voting aye. Mr. Clardy voting aye. Ms. Cole voting aye. Mr. Gertis voting aye. Have all members voted? Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 148 ayes and 0 nays. SB 1055 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 423. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 423 by Paxton, relating to the use of unmanned aircraft by the Texas Military Forces.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 423 provides the Texas Military Forces the same legal authority as the United States military to perform their military duties and associated training with unmanned aircraft. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 423. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. Show Mr. Kane voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 142 ayes and 0 nays. SB 423 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1008. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1008 by Flores, relating to establishing residency for purpose of admission into public schools.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Members, this is a bill that helps military families enroll in school. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1008. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Mr. Harris of Anderson voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 140 ayes and 1 nay. SB 1008 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 349. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 349 by Springer relating to county and municipal housing authority pet policies.
The chair recognizes Dr. Anderson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 349 is a bill that has to do with public housing authority pet policies. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 349. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Anderson voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 142 ayes and 4 nays. SB 349 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1003. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1003 by Johnson relating to disclosure requirements for healthcare provider directories maintained by certain health benefit plan issuers.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smithy to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is a bill that promotes transparency in medical services to prevent surprise or balance billings. I'd move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1003. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Smithy voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 145 ayes and 1 nay. SB 1003 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 483. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 483 by Johnson relating to the regulation of massage therapy.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson Harris to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a bill we passed yesterday that addresses the issue of human trafficking and sex slavery masquerading as massage therapy. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 483. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Thompson Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 148 ayes and 0 nays. SB 483 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1535. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1535 by Clardy relating to the San Antonio River Authority following recommendations of the Sunset Advisory Commission, altering the terms of office of the members of the Board of Directors of the authority.
The chair recognizes Mr. Clardy to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, this is the San Antonio River Authority Sunset Bill. It adopts the recommendations of the Commission, makes improvements in the system. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1535. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Clardy voting aye. Mr. Holland voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 147 ayes and 1 nay. HB 1535 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 18. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 18 by Slauson relating to the protection of minors from harmful, deceptive, or unfair trade practices in connection with the use of certain digital services.
The chair recognizes Ms. Slauson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is our SCOPE Act to better protect kids online. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for making this a priority and apologize that I have to present a third reading amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Slauson.
The chair recognizes Ms. Slauson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is just a perfecting amendment to strike a couple words that were not intended to be included in the employment exemption. Move adoption.
Ms. Slauson sends out an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Slauson to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 18 is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Slauson voting aye. Show Mr. Holland voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 125 ayes and 20 nays. HB 18 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1555. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1555 by Clardy relating to the Upper Guadalupe River Authority following the recommendations of the Sunset Advisory Commission, altering terms of the Board of Directors, specifying grounds for the removal of a member of the Board of Directors.
The chair recognizes Mr. Clardy to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the sunset bill for the Upper Guadalupe River Authority, adopting sunset recommendations and changing the board terms from 6 years to 4 years. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1555. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Mr. Clardy voting aye. Mr. Holland voting aye. Have all members voted? Dr. Lalani voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 146,003 nays. HB 1555 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 2664. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2664 by Tepper relating to the disclosure of customer information by government-operated utilities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tepper to explain the bill.
Same bill as yesterday. House Bill 2664 facilitates the transition of customers to retail electric providers when a municipally owned utility joins the retail competitive market. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2664. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Tepper voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 147,000 nays. HB 2664 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2681. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2681 by Frazier relating to the authority of a fire department to remove certain personal property from a roadway or right-of-way.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frazier to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a simple firefighter bill to allow them to move vehicles and other obstructions from the roadway as they pull up to clear that roadway. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2681. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. It's Mr. Frazier voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 146,000 nays. HB 2681 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3125. The clerk read the bill.
HB 3125 by Gomez relating to the use of certain lighting equipment on authorized emergency vehicles.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gomez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill we passed yesterday. HB 3125 simply clarifies a portion in the Transportation Code which allows white lights to be permitted to be used on emergency vehicles. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3125. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There have been 148 ayes and 1 nay. HB 3125 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2460. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2460 by King of Uvalde relating to a requirement that the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality obtain or develop updated water availability models for certain river basins.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2460 requires the TCEQ to update the water availability models for the Trinity, Guadalupe, San Antonio, San Jacinto, Nueces, and Lavaca River basins. Estimated cost of $5 million. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2460. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King of Uvalde voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 147 ayes and 1 nay. HB 2460 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2466. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2466 by Button relating to the creation of a grant matching program for the federal Small Business Innovation Research and Small Business Technology Transfer Programs.
The chair recognizes Ms. Button to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill passed yesterday for the second reading to leverage federal dollars and support our small Texas businesses, creates a Texas Technology and Innovation Program. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2466. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 113 ayes and 31 nays, HB 2466 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2453. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2453 by Guillen relating to the issuance of digital licenses by a licensing agency.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this allows agencies the option to issue digital licenses, certificates of registration, or other legal authorizations in lieu of the paper versions they currently use. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2453. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Guillen voting aye. Mr. Canales voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 145 ayes and 0 nays, HB 2453 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1708. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1708 by Canales relating to the temperature at which a facility operated by the Texas Department of Criminal Justice is maintained.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill to make sure that our prison guards and the people and our employees inside our Texas Department of Criminal Justice maintain a normal temperature, and I move past.
Mr. Pursuit, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Absolutely.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Canales, your bill benefits not only the prisoners, but also the guards that work in the prisons. Is that right?
So right now, correct. So TDCJ has an average turnover of about 21.9% among prison guards and 40% turnover rate within the first year of employment. And that's because the temperatures in many of our prisons are over 100 degrees. And in fact, the prisoners have respite, means that they can go to a cooling center, but the guards cannot. And so the temperatures are dangerous. And because we're losing employees, nobody wants to work in the prisons because the climate control is not there. In fact, there's already a mandatory climate control for county jails, but our state jails, temperatures are over 100 degrees. It's pretty incredible.
Isn't one of the goals whenever you're in a prison to keep the prison population calm for the safety of the officers?
100%. So heat is well documented that when the temperatures rise to these levels, people become aggressive. And so making sure that literally keeping the temperature down keeps the emotional temperature down, and it helps keep our guards safe. It helps keep the climate safe as far as the behavior of the prisoners themselves.
So your bill is pro-public safety, pro-police, 100%, right?
100%. This makes sure
it's a good bill. Thank you, Chair, for bringing
Thank you,
this bill.
Representative. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1708. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Ms. Gonzalez-Valpasso voting aye. Mr. Moody voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 124 ayes and 24 nays. HB 1708 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1621. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1621 by Moody relating to the continuation and operations of a healthcare provider participation program by the El Paso County Hospital District.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill extends the El Paso LPPF. It's a funding mechanism that's been enormously helpful for our community. It would expire without this legislation. So I'd ask for your support, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1621. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Moody voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 116 ayes and 31 nays. HB 1621 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1636. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1636 by Canales relating to baccalaureate degree programs offered by certain public junior colleges.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is our local bill creating higher educational opportunities in our community, and move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1636. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 144 ayes and 1 nay. HB 1636 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1603. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1603 by Guillen relating to the procedures governing the prosecution of misdemeanor offenses in the jurisdiction of the Justice and Municipal Courts.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This authorizes the appointment of an attorney pro tem for the state in cases where the state is not represented by counsel at trial. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1603. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guillen voting aye. Mr. Reynolds voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 146,002 nays. HB 1603 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1598. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1598 by Darby relating to local government and other political subdivision regulation of certain solid waste facilities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1598 seeks to ensure uniform requirements and consistent regulatory process across the state for solid waste facilities. I move passage.
The question occurs on the final passage of HB 1598. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Darby voting aye, Mr. Ashby voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 124 ayes and 23 nays. HB 1598 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1971. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1971 by Ashby relating to the procedures for acting on a permit or permit amendment application by a groundwater conservation district and the disqualification of board members of groundwater conservation districts.
The question occurs on final. Pardon me. The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Remember, House Bill 1971 simply says that a groundwater conservation district cannot sit on an application indefinitely. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1971. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Ashby voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 147 ayes and 0 nays. HB 1971 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2459. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2459 by Vo relating to the administration of violations and administrative penalties of the employment of children.
The chair recognizes Mr. Vo to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 2459 seeks to add an additional level of appeal to the Commission. By doing so, would be consistent with appeals process for wages claim and unemployment insurance agency. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2459. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Vo voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 128 ayes and 19 nays. HB 2459 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1394. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1934 by Moody relating to the eligibility to participate in certain drug court programs.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. If you like veterans courts and specialty courts that address people's issues, you know that DWI drug courts are also successful in that regard because they were created first. The eligibility requirements have not been brought in line with the other courts that are operating in our states today. That's what this bill does. And so in order to get people the services they need in a system where the prosecutor and the judge would have to accept them in the program, this is a bill to bring it in line with our other programs that we have, and so I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1394. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Moody voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 109 ayes and 37 nays, HB 1394 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 185. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 185 by Gonzalez of El Paso relating to the inclusion of chronically absent students as students at risk of dropping out of school and the collection and reporting of data regarding those students.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill puts all the recommendations in the Public Education Interim Report to help chronically absentee students. I move passage.
The question occurs on the final passage of HB 185. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso voting aye. Mr. Jones of Dallas voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 113 ayes and 35 nays, HB 185 is finally passed. The chair is out on third reading HB 98. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 98 by Moody relating to the provision of on-campus mental health services by a school district and reimbursement under Medicaid for certain services provided to eligible students.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. In the wake of any school shooting or mass shooting, I hear many of my colleagues say that the issue is mental health services, providing mental health services. That's what this bill does. It allows schools to partner with their local mental health authority for services that are already funded today, but creates a mechanism by which they can bring those funds down. So if you think that mental health issues are things that need to be addressed so that we can have fewer mass shootings and school shootings, this is a mechanism to do that. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 98. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Moody voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 98 ayes and 49 nays, HB 98 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 87. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 87 by Murr relating to the presidential electors of this state.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, member, this bill addresses the scenario in which a candidate for president or vice president withdraws, dies, or is declared ineligible after the 74th day before presidential election day. It also eliminates the possibility of faithless electors who do not cast their votes as anticipated for candidates for president or vice president. Move passage.
The question occurs on the final passage of HB 87. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Murr voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes and 5 nays, HB 87 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 159. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 159 by Landgraf relating to the procedure by which a taxing unit is required to provide public notice of certain ad valorem tax-related information.
The chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 159 restores transparency to taxpayers with respect to property tax rates. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 159. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Landgraf voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 149 ayes and 0 nays. HB 159 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1242. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1242 by Hernandez relating to the eligibility for unemployment compensation of certain employees who leave the workplace to care for a minor child.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hernandez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 1242 provides that an individual is not disqualified for consideration of unemployment insurance benefits if they involuntarily left the workplace to care for their minor child due to an unforeseen emergency and there is no reasonable alternative care. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1242. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Hernandez voting aye. Mr. Harless voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 102 ayes and 47 nays, HB 1242 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1393. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1393 by Frank relating to an optional service retirement annuity of the Employees Retirement System of Texas.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 1393 requires ERS to develop an increasing annuity option for most standard ERS retirees. It has no cost to the state, but does provide a very important option to our state retirees. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1393. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Frank voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 148 ayes and 0 nays. HB 1393 is finally passed. The chair is out on third reading HB 1067. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1067 by Van Dever relating to the detachment and annexation of school district territory by petition.
The chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this addresses timing issues that school districts face when detaching and annexing property. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1067. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Van Dever voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 148 ayes and 0 nays. HB 1067 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 438. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 438 by Schofield relating to the annual base salary from the state of a district judge.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schofield for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 438 until 8 a.m. Friday, April 28th.
Members, you heard the motion. Objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on third reading HB 290. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 290 by Oliverson relating to multiple employer welfare arrangements.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we heard yesterday that will cut back on regulations limiting small employers from finding affordable health care, and I do have a GO.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Oliverson.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this just adds language that gives the commissioner the ability to make some determinations about the requirements. Move adoption.
Dr. Oliverson sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption of the amendment, the chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 290. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 149 ayes and 0 nays, HB 290 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 299. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 299 by Murr relating to creating a voluntary accreditation for recovery housing.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill creates a voluntary accreditation program for recovery housing. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 299. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Murr voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes and 7 nays, HB 299 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 527. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 527 by Wu relating to exemption of certain civil actions from being subject to a motion to dismiss on the basis of involving the exercise of certain constitutional rights.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wu to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that would allow us to hold bad lawyers accountable. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 527. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wu voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 121 ayes and 27 nays, HB 527 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 623. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 623 by Harris of Anderson relating to an exemption from ad valorem taxation of tangible personal property consisting of animal feed held by the owner of the property for sale at retail.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harris of Anderson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that exempts animal feed from personal property tax. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 623. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harris of Anderson voting aye. Mr. Jones of Dallas voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 144 ayes and 4 nays, HB 623 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 683. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 683 by Cole relating to the exemption of tuition and laboratory fees at public institutions of higher education for certain paramedics.
The chair recognizes Ms. Cole to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, this bill from yesterday helps paramedics with tuition. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 683. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Cole voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 144 ayes and 2 nays, HB 683 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 964. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 964 by Jatan relating to the applicability of sex offender registration requirements to the offense of improper relationship between educator and student.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jatan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 964 expands the sex offender registry list to include educators who have been convicted or adjudicated of having improper relationship with a student. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 964. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Jatan voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Harless voting aye. There have been 149 ayes and 0 nays. HB 964 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2071. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2071 by Jatan relating to certain public facilities used to provide affordable housing.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jatan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that ends PFC abuse. Move passage.
The question occurs on the final passage of HB 2071. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes and 5 nays, HB 2071 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2194. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2194 by Ordaz relating to the labeling, advertising, and sale of products as made in Texas, authorizing a civil penalty.
The chair recognizes Ms. Ordaz to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Made in Texas labeling program standards. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2194. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Ordaz voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 146 ayes and 3 nays, HB 2194 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1755. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1755 by Button relating to the creation of the Lone Star Workforce of the Future Fund.
The chair recognizes Ms. Button to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill passed yesterday during the second reading. The Lone Star Workforce Fund is a common sense performance-based approach to bridge the skill gap. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1755. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Button voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 121 ayes and 27 nays, HB 1755 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1689. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1689 by Murr relating to the use of county hotel occupancy tax revenue for an electronic tax administration system and the reimbursement of tax collection expenses.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill allows counties to use hot tax revenue for electronic tax collection systems just like cities. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1689. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Murr voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes and 4 nays, HB 1689 is finally passed. The chair laid on third reading HB 1989. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1989 by Cook relating to fees assessed by a district clerk for copies of certain court documents.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill waives district clerk fees for out-of-state criminal justice agencies for documents that are criminal justice purpose. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1989. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cook voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 143 ayes and 1 nay. HB 1989 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3993. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3993 by Paul relating to the automatic admission of students with a non-traditional secondary education to certain public institutions of higher education.
The chair recognizes Mr. Paul to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this just codifies current law and current practice. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3993. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Paul voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 106 ayes and 40 nays, HB 3993 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2871. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2871 by Gonzalez of El Paso relating to the establishment of a program at the University of Texas at Austin to promote computer science education capacity in public schools.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it's a priority of the IT caucus to bring more computer science teachers to our classrooms, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2871. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 104 ayes and 42 nays, HB 2871 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3060. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3060 by Thompson of Brazoria relating to the regulation of recycling and recycled products.
The chair recognizes Mr. Thompson of Brazoria to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is House Bill 3065 takes advantage of a new field of advanced chemical recycling. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3060. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Thompson of Brazoria voting aye. Mr. Ashby voting aye. Mr. Jones of Dallas voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 146 ayes and 0 nays. HB 3060 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4018. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4018 by Ashby relating to Texas Parks and Wildlife Department management of state-owned lands under their jurisdiction in developing and securing carbon credits and dedication of generated funds for the conservation of those lands.
The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 4018 is a permissive bill that allows Parks and Wildlife to partner with public and private entities to create carbon sequestration projects on agency land, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4018. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Ashby voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 126 ayes and 18 nays, HB 4018 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2891. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2891 by Tallarico relating to the use of prescription glucagon medication on public and private school campuses.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tallarico to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, when a type 1 diabetic like me becomes unconscious, they need this medication, glucagon, to bring them back. This bill would allow schools to keep undesignated glucagon on campuses to save lives in a diabetic emergency. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2891. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Tallarico voting aye. Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 146 ayes and 0 nays. HB 2891 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2574. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2574 by Lambert relating to requirements for notice advertising the sale of property to enforce a self-service storage facility lien.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lambert to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill basically expands options for storage unit facility owners to be able to advertise in different ways to bring this up to the 21st century. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2574. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lambert voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 99 ayes and 46 nays, HB 2574 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2544. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2544 by Campos relating to the Physician's Assistant Licensure Compact authorizing a fee.
The chair recognizes Ms. Campos to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will attract licensed physician assistants to our state who will practice under Texas law and lead more health care for all Texans. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2544. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Campos voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 135 ayes and 11 nays, HB 2544 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3053. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3053 by Dean relating to the municipal disannexation of areas annexed during a certain period of time.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dean to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Property rights, move
Mr.
passage.
Speaker,
Ms. Howard, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield for a question?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you. I just want to clarify because yesterday I did ask you questions during second reading about the exclusion of communities that had originally been included, and you indicated that they had not been excluded. But as I look at it right now, I want to clarify the only community that this bill applies to is the city of Austin. Is that not correct?
That's not correct.
I'm sorry?
It is not correct.
Okay, who else does it apply to?
Any city of 500,000.
Who else does it apply to?
Let's see. We have Fort Worth, San Antonio. Let's see. Dallas is unaffected by the bill. Let's see. I think San Antonio, Fort Worth, Dallas.
They have military exclusions. Fort Worth, Houston, San Antonio, and El Paso were excluded with that amendment that you have allowed.
Ms. Howard, at the request of the U.S. military, we worked with them on amendments.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
I'm sorry, you want to repeat your question?
My understanding is that with the amendment yesterday in particular from Representative Collier, that excluded Houston and Fort Worth.
At the request of the military, we worked with them on amendments to ensure the unique land use controls required around our largest military base text remain intact.
Okay,
protect
but
all of us.
I understand that must be your reason for doing this, but what my question was is, had they been excluded? And I think you were indicating that they had not been, but yes, indeed, they have been. Is that not correct?
My understanding is that they're unaffected by the bill.
That they are affected by the
They
bill?
are unaffected by the bill.
They are unaffected,
and have an
correct, yeah.
ETJ
That's my
and being
understanding.
landlocked.
My understanding then is that the only city affected by the bill is the city of Austin. Is that not your understanding?
That's not my understanding. That's not
And
our
then who
intent.
else is-
And,
so
and
who
Ms.
else?
Howard, I'll remind you that in particular, the city of Austin, we've tried to address each one of their concerns in the form of an amendment, which I presented to yourself yesterday as well. And those appeared in our discussion to be acceptable, in particular to the city of Austin. And so I'm really a little bit not exactly
I
sure.
can clarify for you if you'd like. I mean, obviously, the amendment helped mitigate some of the damage to the city of Austin, but it did not eliminate what is being opened up here, which is the disannexation of communities within the city of Austin. That has not been eliminated. This is disannexation of communities in Austin, and it only applies to Austin. And the amendment that you did that we appreciate indicated that those communities who moved in after annexation had occurred would not be able to claim that they were not aware because they knew when they moved into the property that it was part of Austin.
Okay.
So that's what the amendment was, and we appreciate that.
Okay.
But I just want to clarify for the body. My understanding, and the understanding of others that have read this, is that this only applies to the city of Austin, and the city of Austin delegation is not in support of this, other than, I think, a very small portion of Austin by
Ms.
Representative
Howard,
Troxclair.
when I accepted the bill, I made it very clear that as being a former mayor and involved in many annexations, I wanted to make sure that it didn't really point out strictly Austin. That's why we put in cities of 500,000 or more, because there's other cities that are having some of the same issues. So, but I appreciate your thoughts.
Thank you.
Move passage.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
I just want to just clarify the question, because I think that
Will the
was a
gentleman
fair
yield for questions?
Yes.
Yes.
The gentleman
So,
yields for questions.
Representative Dean, I do appreciate you working with me, but based on the witness list, it appears that the cities of McKinney, Corpus Christi, Springtown, and Sugar Land also testified against your bill. So it's perhaps that they are also infected by
That's
this
correct.
bill,
Yes,
not
ma'am.
just Austin.
We've tried to make that very clear.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3053. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 95 ayes, 46 nays, the bill is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 63. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 63 by Swanson, relating to reports of child abuse or neglect and certain preliminary investigations of those reports.
The chair recognizes Ms. Swanson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the legislation that takes all CPS reporting to confidential. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 63. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 94 ayes, 51 nays, House Bill 63 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 833. The clerk will read the bell.
HB 833 by Campos, relating to an evaluation by the Housing and Health Services Coordination Council of the 211 services provided by the Texas Information and Referral Network.
The chair recognizes Ms. Campos to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill requires system evaluations of our 211 Texas network for every 2 years. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 833. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 99 ayes, 48 nays, House Bill 833 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4140. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4140 by Lujan, relating to the authority of the Texas Department of Transportation to provide department services on federal military property.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lujan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. HB 4140 authorizes TxDOT to provide additional department services for military installations and other federal entities operating in the state of Texas. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4140. The clerk will ring the bell. There being 145 ayes, 2 nays, House Bill 4140 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1275. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1275 by PLISA, relating to procedures for the issuance of a personal identification certificate to a person 65 years of age or older whose driver's license is surrendered.
The chair recognizes Ms. Plisa to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1275 will help streamline access for our seniors through personal IDs, helping them live their lives with dignity. Vote yes for our Texas seniors. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1275. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 136 ayes, 9 nays, House Bill 1275 is finally passed. The chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair for recognition.
Members, we just have some very special guests in the gallery. I want to recognize my sister-in-law, Caitlin, my brother-in-law, Philip, and our sweet cousins, Madison, Mabel, and Cullen. Thank you guys for visiting your Texas capital today.
Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 3050. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1333. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1333 by Huffman, relating to creation of the Texas State Buildings Preservation Endowment Fund.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 3050 will provide sustainable financing for the Texas State Preservation Board. The board oversees a portfolio of properties that includes the Capitol Building, the General Land Office Building, the Governor's Mansion, State Cemetery, and the Bullitt Museum. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 1333. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1333 is passed to third reading. Mr. Pursuit, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move to reduce the remarks on third reading on House Bill 1708 to writing and place them in the journal.
Members have heard the motions. Objection. Chair hears none. So ordered. Dr. Bonin moves to lay House Bill 3050 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1000. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1000 by Darby, relating to the composition of districts for the election of members of the Texas House of Representatives.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you might listen up. This affects every one of you on this floor. It has to do with your districts that elected you back home, and you're serving under the current redistricting plan adopted in the 87th legislature in 2021. During the third call special session of the 87th, the legislature adopted new district maps for the Texas House and Senate, State Board of Education, and congressional districts. The districts adopted under Plan House 2316 for the Texas House in 2021 were the districts used in the 22 elections and remain in effect today. The House Committee on Redistricting of the 87th legislature put in numerous hours listening to public input and working with members to develop the thoughtful plan ultimately adopted. House Bill 1000 seeks to ensure that the Texas legislature fulfills our constitutional duty to apportion the state into representative districts at its first regular session after the publication of the 24th decennial census of the United States, as prescribed and required by Article 3 of Section 28 of the Texas Constitution. The 88th legislature is the first regular session after the publication of the 2020 census. Our purpose here today is to ratify the House map passed in 2021. House Bill 1000 ratifies and adopts House Bill 1 of the 87th legislature, third call session in 2021. That's Plan H2316 in the Texas legislature's redistricting system as the districts used to elect members of the Texas House of Representatives. As mentioned previously, the sole purpose of this bill is to certify that the legislature has fulfilled its duty under Article 3, Section 28 of the Texas Constitution by ratifying the current map so that the Legislative Redistricting Board is not required to meet and substitute its judgment for that of this body. I believe we have a few amendments that will be offered.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Thank you, Chairman Darby, for the discussion we had. Oh, I'm sorry.
Amendment by Davis.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I appreciate Chairman Darby and I having a discussion regarding HB 1000. This amendment offers us an opportunity to, first let me say this. This is not to embarrass or disrespect any serving member. This is rather an amendment to respect the communities that feel like they don't get to elect a person of their own will. And so these amendments, this particular amendment deals with an East Texas amendment that was drawn during this regular session where it recognized the growth and development of communities in East Texas. The current map ignored the opportunity to create a minority district in East Texas by combining the minority populations in both Gregg and Smith counties to create a 55.6 minority district with a 51% voting age population. This amendment creates 55.6 minority district by combining parts of the city of Tyler and Gregg County. This opportunity was not respected during the previous redistricting plans to offer this amendment to perfect and recognize the growth and development in the East Texas communities. The amendment does split an additional county, Wood County, to balance the population only. The plan does not make any unnecessary pairings of incumbents. The plan splits blocks just for to keep the small city of Quitman within one district. Again, members, this is designed to recognize there was growth and development and there was an opportunity to grow minority districts. As you well know, here in this legislative body, we define districts based on population. This is an instance when this population was ignored and consequently a district was not created that should have been created to represent minority districts and allow minorities to elect a candidate of their own.
Ms. Thompson, for what purpose?
Yeah. Move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby in opposition to the amendment.
Members, this amendment was offered in the third call session, and we voted that amendment down. I think this body is deliberative. We had a redistricting committee that listened to lots of hours of testimony. We spent a summer together over this issue, and we came up with a good map. And that map is before you today for approval and ratification so that the Legislative Redistricting Board does not get to preempt us in enacting our own maps for this body. So with that, I'm going to respectfully move that we table this amendment and ask for your support in that regard.
Ms. Thompson, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Oh, yes.
The gentleman yields.
Absolutely.
That was a long, hot summer, wasn't it?
It was a long, hot summer.
Mr. Darby, would you agree that our Constitution is one of the guiding tools in which we utilize in reapportionment?
Absolutely.
And in that we followed the Constitution so that we would be able to every 10 years to reapportion the state according to the population, increase or decrease.
Yes.
And would you also agree that the Constitution says that redistricting occurs during a regular session?
It must be ratified at the first regular session after the census has been received by the state.
But it talks about reapportionment taken in a regular session. Isn't that right?
There's no question we enacted our maps during a special session.
Yeah.
Our duty today is simply to ratify those maps at the first regular session after the census has been put forth to the legislature.
Thank you. I just want the record reflected we did not do it in a regular session.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to close on the amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, members, I would just say that this is a missed opportunity. During the interim when they did the redistricting, we knew we were able to support the data that the districts had grown and this population existed, and we missed an opportunity to create a minority district so that we all strive to allow each district to represent, to select a representative of their choice. When we don't put these populations together, we undermine the ability of members in those districts to have that choice. So this is an amendment that just says this is an opportunity for Texas to recognize that there's been growth in the African American community. There are opportunities to create more minority districts. And as we all realize, the more of us that are brought to the chamber, diversity is our strength. And to ignore population and population growth just doesn't make sense. And so I offer this amendment and ask you to vote yes for this amendment.
Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
The gentlelady yield for questions.
Yes.
She yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Davis, I understand the intent of your bill is to make sure that we are creating in a majority minority area a African American Opportunity District. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And are you aware that based on the 2020 census, there are more African Americans in Texas than any other state in the country?
I'm aware of that, and I believe this is why this amendment is so critical, is because it allows us to have representation from a community that has been diluted and not had an opportunity to select a person of their own.
And Representative Davis, without this amendment, were there any in the previous redistricting maps that were passed by this body, were there any new African American opportunity districts created?
No, there were not any new opportunity districts created. And one of the challenges I would just add is that we know the growth has been there. And Texas has been cited before for intentionally discriminating as it relates to drawing of lines. This is an opportunity for Texas to do right by the African American community, minority communities in these areas so that they are able to select and elect a person of their own choice.
And Representative Davis, are you aware that based on that 2020 census, that 95% of the growth was due to the African American, Hispanic, and Asian population?
Yes, I am. Yes,
Okay.
I am.
And did the redistricting maps that were passed reflect that population growth?
I believe we fell short in representing the growth in our state of the minority communities. I think we fell short there, and I think there was an opportunity that we could have done more. And I recognize the conflict that redistricting creates. But there should be no conflict for us to want every citizen of this state to be comfortable that they are being fully recognized and supported as a citizen of this state and given its rights to select and elect a person of their choice. To systemically deny them this opportunity for this district is not what we're supposed to be about. We're supposed to be about making sure that people have full representation. And when you don't do that in redistricting, you end up missing opportunities to develop districts for growth of your populations.
Absolutely. Are you familiar with the term that's used in redistricting called packing?
I am.
And is it your belief that the previous map that was adopted by this body, it packed African Americans into certain districts?
I think, Representative Reynolds, we as a state have traditionally not maximized the populations like we should have to grow new districts. I think we have packed and cracked, and I think we've done everything to minimize the population of the African American and minority communities in general so that we can see more growth and more diversity in our state.
And your amendment attempts to correct the packing and cracking of the African Americans that was previously passed. Is that correct?
That's correct. My amendment is simply one to say let's maximize the growth of population in Texas. That was for the growth. We had an opportunity to draw a district that we didn't. This gives us one more shot at recognizing the communities that have been ignored and disrespected by not drawing a district for them.
And it's my understanding from looking at your amendment brings together communities of interest. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And it also, the map that was previously adopted, it actually cracked and packed those communities of interest so they couldn't elect a candidate of their choice. Is that correct?
That's correct. That is my belief. By doing our redistricting map, drawing it the way we did not maximize and acknowledge the growth of the community and the opportunity to elect someone of diversity.
Well, Representative Davis, I think you have a great amendment. I think that the intent of your amendment is there so that the communities of interest there in this particular community can elect a candidate of their choice within the confines of the law to be able to support a African American Opportunity District, and I fully support this amendment. Thank you for bringing it.
Thank you. With that, I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption amendment. Ms. Davis sent the amendment. It is not acceptable to the author. The question occurs on the adoption amendment. A record of vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Ms. Davis voting aye. Mr. Darby voting no. Mr. Frank voting no. Mr. Murr voting no. Mr. Reynolds voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 64 ayes and 85 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Davis.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain the bill. The amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker and members, this is a similar amendment, and this is another missed opportunity. This is an amendment where Bell County amendment that would put a current map splits the minority population in Killeen between two districts where the elected officials are all minorities except one, but they're represented, the State House is represented by a Republican member. This can be resolved by creating an opportunity district, including cities of Killeen and Harker Heights as the core of the district. This amendment retains both House District 54 and 55 within Bell County while keeping the city of Killeen intact with one district, House District 54. Again, House District 54 was a non-Anglo population of 72% and a voting age population of 68.5% minority population. This is an opportunity again for us to, as a state, to recognize the growth and development of this state.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Earlier, Representative Darby asked...
Members, please take your conversation outside the rails. Yes, sir?
Earlier, Representative Darby asked that the motion be tabled, and we did an up or down vote. Is that because he wasn't recognized for the motion to table?
It was an up or down vote. Mr. Darby did not ask for a motion to table. It was on the screen, and then it was taken down.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I move that all comments on HB 1000 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal, please.
Members heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Lady yield for questions.
Yes.
She yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Davis, are you aware that House District 54 and 55 is a donut shape that completely encloses House District 55 together, making up all of Bell County?
Yes, I am.
Would you agree with me that this is highly unconventional donut hole configuration in this new redistricting? Previously, District 54 covered the western part of Bell County and all neighboring Lampasas County. Are you aware of that?
I am aware of that, and in fact, Mr. Representative Reynolds, I will tell you, this has been an annoying issue ongoing as it relates to redistricting, because this is obviously a very deliberately drawn district by splitting up the entire African community in Killeen. It makes no sense other than the intent is to deny this district from being whole. And at some point, the state's got to take responsibility and recognize that they need to protect the rights of all citizens to be fairly represented. And that is the challenge here, is that, well, I understand we have a plan. I think the plan misses opportunity to maximize what we can do as a community and minority communities, and it undermines our ability to respect those citizens, because we are deliberately drawing them out of a district that they would duly be able to control just with the sheer growth and the way it was drawn. So again, it appears to be very deliberate, and this offers them an opportunity. The state of Texas has got to recognize that the minority community needs to be respected as well as we move into these kinds of issues, because the growth is here. And you can't continue to work around that. You've got to work with it and accept it and draw a district that allows citizens to represent to select people that they want to represent them. When an entire city council is a minority council and they can't elect somebody that shares their political philosophy, they're not electing somebody of their own choice.
Representative Davis, would you agree with me that this was a classic case of cracking? They were able to intentionally crack the African American population within this particular community?
I think so. The voting age, the average voting age in this district population is 49,000 people, which equates to 37% of the voting population is African American, and it's not being represented with regard to its ability to elect people. When you put the population together, it is a minority opportunity district. The voting age of Hispanic is 24.2%. So at this point, we realize that you have the state's deliberately not drawn a district that could be drawn as a minority opportunity district. And also the interest, because you split a city. The interests were broken because you split a city to do this. So this amendment just simply says, let's put that community back together. Let's allow folks to recognize the growth of populations in Texas, and let's create districts that represent that growth. That's what this amendment does.
And Representative Davis, you pointed something out. As I look at this, without your amendment, they needlessly split the largest city in the county at a population of 153,095, which is Killeen. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And they could quite reasonably have been the anchor of a House district as your amendment does, correct?
On its own, that number should have been a base for a district on its own because of the tremendous amount of population there.
In other words, when they did that, they diluted the voting strength of the African American population. Is that not correct?
That's correct. It was diluted and placed in two districts so that it would not be able to realize its full strength.
Correct. In other words, when they did that, they effectively broke up those communities of interest, put them in two different districts so they could not elect a candidate of their choice.
That's correct.
And despite the fact that they had a majority African-American city council, they could not elect an African-American state representative. Is that correct?
That's correct. And again, representative government says that we draw districts so that people can elect representatives that reflect their interests. And what we've done is we've diluted that so that it doesn't perform that way. And it is diluted by virtue of us splitting it up, not because something they did. It's something we're not acknowledging and accepting as a growth pattern that should have been put together to maintain community of interest.
And Representative Davis, we talked about this before, but based on the large African-American population in the state and the fact that we drew no new African-American opportunity districts, your amendment is precisely one that we should have drawn. Is that not correct?
That's correct. It's my thought that we should have acknowledged and recognized the growth of the communities and districts. The state plan should include that growth as part of what you get as an end result. We didn't get that. And so we missed, it's a missed opportunity because we didn't do it. And this is ignoring the growth of population.
And is it your belief that without your amendment, that this previously configured district that diluted the African American vote intentionally is an intentional violation of the Voting Rights Act?
That's correct. That is my thought. That it's very clear that we should have drawn a district. It's very clear that we should have kept communities of interest. It's very clear there's been a growth in this population. The only thing is we didn't act on it. We ignored it. And I think that's the challenge for us here in this body today is recognizing that we ignored it. Are we willing to continue to ignore it? Or do we have this opportunity to make a change?
And Representative Davis, you mentioned previously, that the courts had found Texas in clear violation of intentionally discriminating, correct?
That's correct.
Against communities of color, is that correct?
There have been court rulings that have said that we, as a state, have intentionally discriminated. And this is another example of where we're doing it, whether we acknowledge it for what it is or not. That's what this is.
And
we're not allowing that to happen naturally.
And your amendment seeks to remedy that by putting those communities of coalitions together, of communities of interest back together, so in Bell County, so that they can elect a candidate of their choice. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, Representative Davis.
Thank you. Move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, members. Just to be clear, this amendment is not acceptable to the author, and I'm asking for your support as we vote this amendment down.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to close on the amendment.
Hello. Okay, so members, again, I would just say to you, as a member of this body and as an entity that's about to approve a plan that was put in place, you need to accept the responsibility that we didn't do our best job. This amendment allows us to fix some things that we know we didn't do. We know it's wrong to not do it. We know the population's there. And we are going to codify or recodify a bill that we know is not the best product for Texas. It might be the best product for people individually, but this is not an individual. This is about all the citizens of Texas, not about your individual interests. So I would just ask you to think about it. And I know I count well and I know what's going to happen, but I want you to leave thinking you didn't have an opportunity to do right today and you chose wrong. Thank you.
Ms. Davis sends up an amendment. It is not acceptable to the author. The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Davis voting aye, Ms. Swanson voting nay, Mr. Darby voting nay, Mr. Manuel voting aye, Mr. D'Orazio voting nay, Dr. Alma Allen voting aye, Ms. Morales-Shaw voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 64 ayes and 85 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Any members speak for or against on the bill? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Mr. Darby to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this fulfills our obligation as legislature to approve our House maps during the first regular session after the submission of the census, and I thank you for this effort. And with that, I move adoption.
The question occurs on passage of engrossment to HB 1000. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1000. A record vote has been requested. A record vote has been granted. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Darby voting aye. Ms. Swanson voting aye. Dr. Allen voting nay. Ms. Morales-Shaw voting nay. Mr. D'Orazio voting nay. Have all members voted? There have been 85 ayes and 64 nays. HB 1000 is passed through engrossment. The chair recognizes Ms. Swanson for an announcement.
Hi there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I know everyone is starving. Because we're in session, Capitol Commission is come and go right now. We're meeting on third floor, right up here behind the glass doors, behind the gallery. The food is from Texas Land and Cattle. There's steak, chicken, Caesar salad, regular French fries, sweet potato fries, and really great fellowship. Again, come and go. Right now, the food's up there, third floor, 3W West, right behind those gallery doors. Please come. Thanks.
The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Corrections will meet today upon adjournment at desk 25 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair lays out on second reading HB 4559. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4559 by Darby relating to the application of statutes that classify political subdivisions according to population.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, It's an interesting bill, 125 pages long. It seeks to update many of the population brackets in state law to take into account the 2020 federal census. Any statute that uses population figures to narrow the reach of the statute to a few political subdivisions needs to be examined and, if necessary, updated following each federal census so that the statute will continue to apply to the political subdivisions for which it was designed. House Bill 4559 does not update every population bracket in Texas law. The bill is concerned only with population brackets that limit a statute to a small number of political subdivisions. As a general rule, the bill updates only population brackets that contemplate 5 or fewer political subdivisions. In previous regular sessions, immediately following the census year, the legislature passed a bill similar to 4559 to update population brackets. Because of the delay in the release of the census data in 2021, the 87th legislature was not able to pass such a bill and instead passed House Bill 2025 by Chairman Hunter, delaying the date on which the 2020 census figures would take effect for Texas law to September 1, 2023. The Census Safety Net bill allowed time for the Texas Legislative Council to prepare House Bill 4559 for the 88th legislative session. House Bill 4559 is drafted to take effect on the date designated by the Census Safety Net bill, September 1, 2023, to ensure a seamless transition to using the 2020 census data for the purpose of Texas bracket laws. I have several amendments to address some oversights in the drafting of the bill.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Darby.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment updates Section 373.A, Local Government Code to update the Homestead Preservation section for the City of Austin from $550,000 to $940,000. I move adoption.
Mr. Darby sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Darby.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment updates Section 351.101A7 of the tax code to increase the bracket from $350,000 to $610,000 to ensure that the cities of Killeen, Pearland, League City, and Round Rock do not lose their existing authority to use hotel revenue, tax revenue, to upgrade certain qualifying sports facilities. As drafted, the bill would repeal that authority, and this amendment corrects that oversight. With that, I move adoption.
Mr. Darby sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Darby.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment updates Section 351.101A7 of the tax code to increase the bracket from $39,000 to $48,000 to ensure that the cities of Burleson, Capel, Duncanville, Friendswood, Lancaster, Little Elm, and Schertz in the Colony, and Weslaco do not lose their existing authority to use hotel tax revenue to upgrade certain qualifying sports facilities. As drafted, the bill would negate that authority, and this amendment corrects that oversight. With that, I move adoption.
Mr. Darby sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Darby.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment updates Section 351.104A of the tax code to increase the bracket from $80,000 to $85,000 to ensure that the city of Baytown does not lose its authority to use hotel tax revenue as an eligible coastal municipality. Move adoption.
Mr. Darby sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Darby.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Member. Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment updates Section 143.0052A of the Local Government Code to raise the top end of the bracket to $275,000, ensuring that the city of Irving can continue to collect their EMS fee without a move adoption.
Mr. Darby sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. If any member wish to speak for or against on the bill? The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to close on the bill.
Thank you, members. In closing, I'd like to thank the Texas Legislative Council, particularly Jeff Guidry, for his drafting expertise, and Jeff Archer. It's not easy to keep track of all the municipalities and draft a 157-page bill. A big thanks to both of them. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage through engrossment of HB 4559. All in favor say aye. Both say nay. The ayes have it. HB 4559 is passed through engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 9. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 9 by Ashby relating to the development and funding of broadband and telecommunications services, making an appropriation.
The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, last session I stood at this microphone to lay out House Bill 5, which received unanimous support from this body. Today I stand before you seeking to redouble our commitment to closing the digital divide in Texas through a bold and ambitious investment in broadband and telecommunication infrastructure. House Bill 9 would direct a historic investment of $5 billion from the ESF to the Texas Broadband Infrastructure Fund and limit the use of the fund for 9 purposes. 1, purposes of the Broadband Development Office. 2, providing funding for the Texas Universal Services Fund. Providing funding for 911 and Next Generation 911 services. Supporting the deployment of Next Generation 911. Supporting the Texas Broadband Pole Replacement Program. Providing matching funds for federal money through the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program, which we call the BEAD program. Supporting increased connectivity for qualifying schools under the Federal Schools and Libraries program through the E-rate program. Improving public safety telecommunications connectivity, including school safety, and administering and enforcing the funds establishing the statute. Members, it goes without saying that access to broadband has never been more important than it is today. And tomorrow, it will be more important than it was the day before. The proposal I bring before you today represents an opportunity, right now, today, to meet the technological demands of the future through a bold investment in the expansion of broadband and telecommunication infrastructure, and reaffirm our belief that all Texans deserve access to affordable, reliable, high-speed internet. Let me underscore that this bill will have a measurable impact on each one of your districts, no matter whether they be urban, suburban, or rural. Lastly, I want to thank our Speaker for continuing to champion broadband expansion across this state with House Bill 9. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment. Ms. Davis, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a couple of questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Be happy to yield for questions of my friend from Dallas.
Thank you, Chairman Ashby. Let me, first of all, applaud your efforts in trying to bring broadband to its greatest extent here in the state of Texas. I certainly appreciate and recognize the value it would provide for all Texans. But I have a couple of questions about it because, again, this is one of those programs where we're incentivizing companies to come forward and provide a service to Texans. Having been on a committee several times relative to these kinds of investments in our community, we have been unable to get specific information regarding where services are provided, where services are under-provided. We've been difficult to get anything regarding what the state gets for that investment. So I have some concerns with regard to us moving forward with this kind of investment without asking for specific reports to come to the members of the legislature, so we know what communities have been left behind, what speeds are in different communities. And so I want to be clear that in your bill, it doesn't specify any of that. And I want to make sure that you understand that I'm offering amendments to get reports back to us so that everyone who votes for broadband, I suspect there's no one in this room that does not want Texas to be connected.
That's right.
I certainly want it to be connected.
Yes, ma'am.
But having been here for many, many years, I've watched us invest in these kinds of programs and incentivize companies to move forward to find out that we can't tell how many jobs are actually created. We can't get information on where those jobs were created. We can't get any kind of information regarding a deployment plan so we can set expectations up for our communities. We can't tell why certain speeds are different in certain communities and some have access. We know that there's been cherry picking. Your bill doesn't speak to any of that, does it?
The bill specifically doesn't speak to it, but if I could, I can elaborate on reporting requirements that address, I think, some of the concerns that you just expressed.
And so my concern is that we as legislators aren't able to get that information. And if we don't ask for it in the legislation, how can we be assured that, in fact, we will get that information? Because I've been on committees where I've asked about these kinds of investment tools that the state has put in place. We incentivize companies, and I think it's the right thing to do with the business model to have business and public and private working together. But I think when we're about to spend $5 to $8 billion in this state, we ought to have some way to know where, who, what, and your bill is just void in that area. As a result of that, I have amendments.
If I could, let me hopefully allay your concerns, because I think that we have more than addressed them, or they will be more than addressed. I think it's important, members, to understand that the money we're talking about today is state funding. But this money will largely serve on the broadband side of it as a 25% match to the federal BEAD program. And as you can imagine, for us to qualify for that federal funding, which we don't know the amount that Texas is eligible to receive yet, but it's estimated between $2 and $4 billion for broadband deployment, that we are going to be required as a state through our Broadband Development Office to provide quarterly status reports over the duration of the project to confirm milestones are being met, a final report that describes the completed project, final report certifications, which will contain an expense and revenue summary of the project, and a certification that the project was completed as proposed in the application. These requirements, reporting requirements, I might add, meet the requirements that are set forth by the U.S. Treasury for ARPA-related dollars. And with respect to the NTIA that oversees the BEAD funding, they have indicated in their NOFO, or Notice of Funding Opportunity, that state broadband offices all across our country, Ms. Davis, that they will need to ensure that each subgrantee deploys its funded networks and begins providing broadband service to each customer that desires broadband service not later than 4 years after the date on which the grantee receives the grant for the applicable network. States will also require applicants to establish different milestones enforceable as conditions of this federal money, sufficient to ensure that the recipients are making reasonable progress toward meeting the deployment in any violation of the, and this is just a very quick summary of some of the qualifications to receive this federal money, but any determination by the federal government that we are in non-compliance or non-performance with these different reporting requirements that they have laid out, then that we must comply with, that we will not be reimbursed with the federal money that we're looking for.
But my question remains the same. Whether it's federal money or state money, they're detached to provide a service to the citizens of this state. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
These funds are made available to provide a service in this state. They're designed
broadband service, correct.
Is that correct? Whether it's state or federal, that's the ultimate goal, is that we will achieve.
Connect Texans.
And so my concern, I guess I'm having a difficulty understanding why reporting all of a sudden is a bad thing. It would appear to me that we would want to know where we're creating jobs. We've done monies like this and incentivized entities to come and get tax breaks, if you will. But we don't know what happens. When you ask the industry to provide you with that data, it's not readily available. They will direct you to a map with no numbers with it. So what's wrong with a specific report that says, this is what we did with the money, this is how many jobs we hired, this is we created? I mean, what is wrong with a in-depth report to suggest that we would know where and who benefits from this $5 billion investment? That even though it's not all state money, it's federal money, we all pay federal taxes.
That's right.
So we want accountability there as well. Wouldn't you agree?
I absolutely agree. And what I would say to you, Ms. Davis, on the reporting side of the question, is that in addition to what I just laid out from what the feds are going to require, of course, our state, through our Broadband Development Office, they also have to issue reports. And so you talked about the mapping, trying to determine who has access to broadband and who doesn't. That already was in House Bill 5. Now, I think it's important also to recall, Ms. Davis, that we just stood up our state broadband development office about 18 months ago. They have 5 employees. We haven't issued our first grant yet, but as soon as those grants are provided to those applicants, or awarded rather, they will be required to provide reports both to the legislature as well as the condition of the federal monies that we're talking about through the ARPA funds and the BEAD program that is coming online, hopefully later this year. There are already substantial reporting requirements that are going to be provided, I think, that will address many of the concerns that you have.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I lost all of that. I can't hear you.
Members, please take your conversation outside the rail.
I'm sorry. Did you hear my answer? Well, it was a great answer. I'm not sure I can be as eloquent in the second try, but I'll try.
Let me give you another question. Let me give you a question. How many providers in your mind are there in the state of Texas that will be accessing these funds?
How many providers?
Yeah.
Well, we know that there are over 300 providers in the state of Texas.
And so if we assume that 300 providers are going to participate in this program, how are we to know who's doing what in what areas of the state if we don't get a report?
Well, what I'm trying to suggest, Ms. Davis, is that they are required to provide a report. When I say they, I'm talking about the state of Texas. None of these grants are going to be made that don't involve federal funding, okay? We're talking about the 25% state match to go along with the BEAD funding, which is coming on later this year. That's what this bill is contemplating, okay? And I'm sorry. And so what I'm telling you, as a condition of the receiving those federal dollars, that we as a state through our BDO, we are going to be required to provide those reports that you're talking about, looking at who has access to broadband and who doesn't, very importantly, both to the state as well as to the federal government.
As members of the legislature, why are we unable to get that report directly from the comptroller, who is the manager of this program? Why would we not want the comptroller to provide each of us with a report of who, where, when? Because over the years, it's never been made available to members. How many jobs were created when we did the tax breaks to do infrastructure before, technology infrastructure? Where were they created? How many people were still unconnected or not connected? I'm just suggesting that the report that we can get now does not answer those questions. And if we don't put it in the legislation, how are we to know as members that, in fact, this happened? That they created the jobs that they said, where they said, that they created, they closed loopholes of vacancies where there was no connection, what kind of services in different communities. If we don't capture that information and it's not presented to us, how in the world are we supposed to figure it out? Because in hearings, when we've asked those questions, information has not been made available.
So thank you for the question. So in response, Ms. Davis, let me just suggest to you again, when you say that over the years, reports or information hasn't been provided to the legislature, The BDO has only been in operation for 18 months.
I understand.
They have yet to award their first grant, okay? Now, as far as other reports that don't apply to the distribution of funding, what I would suggest to you is that they have, in my opinion, of course, they have always been responsive to any requests of reporting that I'm aware of. The other thing that I would say, Mrs. Davis, is keep in mind that is an office of 5 employees that has been drinking from a fire hydrant since we stood them 18 months ago to do the mapping and develop the state broadband plan that we required them to do on House Bill 5. So, to be fair to them,
I'm not suggesting that they have spent money yet.
Okay.
I'm suggesting that as we go into a greater program to do something that we have incentivized and been involved in over the years, I'm suggesting that based on the amount of information that's been made available to members at request in committee hearings, they've not been able to answer those questions. And so it makes sense that as we develop a broader program with more money to cover more people, that we would in fact insist on collecting the data that tells us if it's doing what it's supposed to do in the state of Texas. That's all I'm saying is your bill doesn't do that. And if your bill is the master plan for developing this new business infrastructure broadband across our state, wouldn't we want the bill to be as inclusive as possible to keep members informed? That's the question that I have, and that's the question I'm saying. Your bill doesn't cover that right now. Is that correct?
I understand. So,
but does your bill cover that right now? Your bill doesn't cover that right now in its current form. It doesn't.
So my response, Mrs. Davis, is we don't need to put in statute something that can simply be done by you or I or any member of this legislature picking up the phone and calling the BDO and asking for a report. And what I would submit to you, Ms. Davis, is that as one of the Speaker's appointees to the Broadband Development Office Board of Advisors, anytime you would like a report or any member of this legislature would like a report from the BDO, ask.
Mr. Chairman, does your bill require the companies to provide this information to the comptroller?
It is going to be a condition.
Does your bill currently ask the companies to provide to the comptroller who they serve, where they serve, the speed that they serve, what's not served? Do they provide that currently to the comptroller?
They are going to be required to provide that.
No, not they're going to. Does your bill do it now?
It doesn't have to say that because, Ms. Davis, they're going to be required to provide that information as a condition of the grant.
Okay, but my question was a yes or no. Does your bill currently require that?
And my response is it doesn't have to.
No, but okay, so you know if it doesn't have to in your mind, so is that a no?
My response is it doesn't have to because we've already covered that reporting as a condition of the federal funding that we're talking about.
And so every time we spend money in this chamber, we always, or I guess I should say, the practice was earlier in my career is that we made sure that it did what it was supposed to do, and it was verifiable based on a report that was submitted to the members to tell us that, in fact, it's performing as we expected it to. So citizens would have an expectation of what they would get. Does your bill do that?
Respectfully, I would suggest, Mrs. Davis, again, I know I'm sounding like an echo chamber. It doesn't have to say that in statute because it's a condition of requirement for receiving the federal funding. It is a reporting requirement from the federal government to all of the 50 states, not just the state of Texas.
Is this the same federal government that y'all always talk about doesn't tell you what to do? I mean, we talk about that all the time here, that at some point Texas does what it wants to do. I'm just wondering why we're resisting making this agency accountable to the members of the House. Not asking for anything proprietary. I'm asking them to send stuff to the comptroller so the comptroller can tell us, as he does in every other fund that he administers, he can tell us what was spent, how it was spent, who benefited from.
And he will do that with this fund, ma'am.
But your bill doesn't cover that.
He is required to do that as a recipient of federal funding.
Gentleman's time's expired. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Davis.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I have had the pleasure of serving on committees when we spend these kinds of monies, and we've always required some accountability to members. And so this amendment basically says that we're trying to do broadband and connect Texas. It's going to be beneficial to all communities, from telemedicine to colleges to universities to schools. I mean, it's something that we all need to benefit from. And so this amendment just expands access to broadband service in economically distressed communities to support the increased connectivity, because we found that in so many of the economically distressed communities, they didn't have broadband, they didn't have internet, they were not connected. And so when we got into this crisis with COVID and children had to stay at home, they weren't connected. And it wasn't about a tablet, it was about the infrastructure was not in their community. And so this amendment just says that we want to expand broadband service to include these economically distressed areas because they tend to get left behind. And I don't want us to take $8 billion, $5 billion, create a new program, partner with the federal government, and we don't ask for some sort of accountability. That's what this amendment does, is recognizing communities have been left behind, and we're trying to make sure that we get them connected. And so this amendment is to start with those distressed communities that have not been connected over the years of all these different proposals. And when companies come and take dollars to do this, we expect them to do it. If it's something they can't share, then we have a problem. So I don't know why we are hiding about they don't have to do it. The issue is, are they going to spend money on behalf of the state for the residents of this state, citizens of this state, and not tell us where they spend it, not tell us how they use it, not tell us what the benefit is? So this First Amendment deals with a community that has been left behind numerous occasions with these kinds of investments and incentives. This gives us an opportunity to step up and say, we want to change this. There are rural communities that are not connected. There are rural communities, there are smaller communities that are not connected. When you start talking about telemedicine, this might be the only thing that will save a life. So why are we reluctant to talk about these distressed areas, as well as give us a report that you're doing it, so we can think that we do have the best state that it can be. So, Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment just says that we're going to expand broadband in those areas and promote economic development, job growth, and development, because all of it is an investment in Texas. All of it is. And so that's what this amendment does, and I move adoption.
Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield for a few questions?
The lady yield for questions.
Yes.
She yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Davis, economically distressed communities, they don't necessarily have to be in urban areas. They can be in rural areas too, correct?
That's correct.
And when I talk to educators and I talk to administrators, when it comes to economically distressed areas, without this connectivity, don't they tend, well, let me ask it in another way. Economically distressed areas tend to have more challenges academically, correct?
That's correct.
Students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds, they faced additional hurdles that other communities don't face. Is that correct?
I think that's right. I think we perpetuate the disparity by not developing the communities with all the infrastructure that we have in all of the other communities. We inherently are perpetuating this disparity. And when we have a program this big, this grand, this committed to what its goal is, it troubles me that we are reluctant to say we want full accountability. The reason accountability is important is so that those communities that are getting left behind, we have the ability to redirect the providers are important so that we know who's providing or supposed to be providing the services to these communities. So again, it is just closing the gap to make sure that we treat Texas whole across the board.
And by doing this, we're going to help make sure that we're closing that achievement gap, correct?
That's correct.
And wouldn't you agree with me that this would be more likely to help these students be productive citizens?
That's correct.
And wouldn't you agree with me that this would help reduce incarceration? Because otherwise there's a pipeline from school to prison.
That's exactly right. And again, this is a unique opportunity for us to figure out how to maximize this effort. Broadband is part of a transportation model. I mean, we're going to be using the transportation model, mobile model. It just covers the gamut of connecting the state. That's what this amendment does, is to connect the state, look at all of the tools, create jobs, make sure that we don't leave communities behind.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Davis.
With that, I move adoption.
Ms. Davis sent up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Davis.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain the amendment.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This was a part of my earlier comments with Chairman Ashby and part of the discussion I had with Representative Reynolds. This is just an accountability amendment. The rules adopted under this subchapter must require recipients of money, those individuals, those companies, those nonprofits, those companies that get monies. They need to tell us, the comptroller, what they're doing with the funds. That's accountability. We do that every day here in the Capitol, require that of ourselves, and that's what this amendment does, is provide a report to the comptroller. Not directly to us. We know that they're creating, the comptroller is going to manage the program, but it is not too much to ask for the comptroller to give us a report of the successes and the problems with the funds, if there are problems. So again, this amendment just deals with accountability. I know everybody is tired. I am too. But I'm more tired of us not being responsible for what happens in the legislature. And when we find communities that have been left behind, when we see opportunities that we could have connected and we didn't, when funds are not distributed and maximized like we thought they could have been and we didn't ask the questions, that's what this is about. Asking the questions now so that when they start administering $5 billion on behalf of us, that we can expect to get a report that says we did it really good or we missed opportunities. There's always unintended consequences in legislation. So our goal is to just make sure that we don't relinquish our responsibility to be accountable for this money to connect the state of Texas. And if the other one was acceptable, this one ought to be too. So I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I think Ms. Davis and I had a good discussion about the reporting requirements that are already inherent in receiving the funding from the federal government. And at best, this reporting is duplicative, and it is certainly not necessary because it is already built in as a qualification to receive the funds from the federal government. And for that reason, I ask you to oppose the amendment.
Chair recognizes Representative Davis to close.
Thank you. And you can oppose the amendment, but you got to admit you said it wasn't necessary, so it's not in your bill. And if this amendment is not in your bill, you can't say it's duplicative. You just got to say you don't want to be accountable. We don't want to be accountable because this is not in the bill. And your rules, as you said, have not been established. So the legislature established those rules. This is something we ought to want to know and be a part of in terms of developing a program that will be beneficial to every citizen of this state. And so this only suggests that we would get a detailed report of the funds that went to the comptroller. The comptroller is going to give us the report. Why are we afraid to have some responsibility to get the report? I mean, over the years, we have asked providers, how many jobs did you create? Will we incentivize you to create jobs? How many jobs? Where were they created? We never get answers. And so the chairman says, all I got to do is call and ask. I've asked on the record in different committees, and it never gets there. It never gets to the body. These amendments require us to decide if we're responsible for what's going on. If we want to duck our heads and say we're giving it to the comptroller, that's what you'll be doing when you're not asking to see the reports that they were accountable. But I cannot believe that this legislature is willing to spend $5 billion on a new program. We know Texas is not connected. We know we have areas underserved, but we also have areas that have no service. We're talking about this new improved speed. We don't even know where that speed's going to be. And we're sitting here saying we don't want to know? I mean, that is insane that we would have a bill, this much money, all the citizens of Texas impacted by it, and we don't want to know? Well, why are we here if we don't want to know? Because I can assure you, I can go to any of your districts. They want to know, what is it we're doing here to make Texas better and great? This amendment just suggests that a report to know what is working and not working. That's what this amendment does. And again, as chairman said, it's already in there, but he said on the mic to me, I don't have to make it in. It doesn't have to be in there. It can just happen. Nothing just happens by osmosis. You got to ask for the information. You got to require the information. And that's what this amendment does. And I would ask you members, think about whether you want to go back home and say to the members, I don't know where they created the jobs. I don't know what speed you're supposed to be at. I don't know what happens across town. I don't know what happens in urban Dallas and what happens in rural Texas, because I didn't care to get the report. That's what we're talking about. So again, members, I would ask you to consider this accountability amendment so that we can know what it is we know. With that, I move adoption.
Representative Davis sends up an amendment. It is not acceptable to the author. The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. It's a division vote. Strike the board. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Ashby voting no. Representative Darby voting no. Show Representative Davis of Dallas voting aye. Have all voted? Show Mr. Dutton voting aye. Have all voted? There being 60 ayes and 82 nays, the amendment fails to be adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Davis.
Chair recognizes Representative Davis of Dallas to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. So members, I'm told I'm the only one who has amendments on this bill, so I'm going to take a minute to do this amendment. And looking at the way the vote is, because it seems to be just a straight party line vote, I don't want to waste time, but I want to say to the members, you have to be more accountable for what we're doing here. It can't be just on party politics and personalities. At some point, we need to deal with public policy. What we're doing today is allowing $5 billion to $8 billion being spent here. And we're doing that without regard to how we're going to get the information. So this was a
Representative Harris, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of this amendment under Rule 11, Section 2, on the grounds that this amendment is not germane.
Bring your point of order down front, Mr. Harris. The point of order is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Representative Davis to continue to explain the amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, members, as I was saying to you before I was interrupted, this is an amendment that creates accountability. All we're asking is that the providers, people who are going to receive funds, give us the information. That's all we're talking about. I know everybody is trying to not get engaged. Members, you should be engaged. This is information regarding what's going to happen in your community as it relates to broadband. It requires us to be responsible for what happens in our district as it relates to state government. Again, this is an amendment. It does no harm to the industry. It does no harm to the fund. It does no harm to the comptroller, to members of the legislature, but it informs and it keeps us, them being accountable to us. How can you be against that? Again, members, I would ask you to really think about what your role is here today. What is your role and responsibility to the districts you represent? Because many of you have districts that are underserved and you know it. Your schools are not connected. Many of you have needs for telemedicine. You're not going to be connected. You don't know the speed of service that you're going to have connections. All we're asking is for information to be presented so that we will know what our expectations should be from this investment, this public-private partnership. That's what this is. It's a public-private partnership with regard to providing services for our citizens. The question is if the public is willing to be responsible for its part. That's what my amendments do. It says we as state legislators care about what we do, how we do it, how much money we spend, what the benefit is for our districts. That's what this amendment does, and I would ask you to vote yes for this amendment so you will know what's going on with this investment, this incentive. This is an incentive to get companies to do this with us. Don't we want to know whether they're doing it or not? Don't we want to know just that information? Again, I would ask you to really think about what your role and responsibility is here today and encourage you to support this amendment so you will know what's going on. With that, I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Representative Ashby to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the good news here is you're not taking a vote to say no to reporting. Again, as a condition of the federal funding for these award recipients here in the state of Texas through our BDO office, the three different criteria that she has indicated that she is looking for in this amendment, number of customer serves, the download and upload speeds that are provided, and the location serves, those are already a condition of the receiving of that federal money. So again, this is an unnecessary amendment. It's already covered. We're going to have plenty of reports on this, and so I would respectfully ask you to vote against the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Davis of Dallas to close on the amendment.
Again, members, I don't want to spend a lot of time to get a partisan vote. I will tell you that I'm really concerned about public policy. And at this point, the vote appears to be nothing but politics and party politics. And that's not why I'm here. I don't want to waste a bunch of energy trying to argue with anyone with regard to what they need to be doing. I would just suggest that as members of this legislature, we have a responsibility to our constituents. We all have that responsibility, but the other part is I will tell you when we start coming back and asking these questions and you don't have the information, I hope you remember the debate where you had an opportunity to weigh in and say, I want to know, I care about what goes on. I want to be sure I can tell my constituents that we invested in them through this investment. I want you to know that that's what we're here for. And I understand, and I'm hearing all the rattling about, well, we got this, they're going to give it to us. I don't know how many of you have served on the committees I've served on where you requested information and you've not received it. I know serving on Ways and Means, many times we ask for this information, And in fact, if you ask them now to give you how many providers they have, you ask the larger vendors, how many people do you provide a service to? How many people are underserved where you are currently working? How many people have a lower service level than you have seen in other areas? If you just ask yourself, ask them that, they'll tell you. They can't tell you that. Then they will tell you, well, we've got a plan for poor people. This is not a plan for poor people. $5 billion, this ought to be a plan to make sure everybody in Texas is connected at an appropriate speed so that we can do the business we need to do in this state. And to sell for less would just be ridiculous. And so I'm just suggesting that members listen up. I'm going to ask the questions, and Chairman Ashby said that we can get them. We haven't been able to get them because if so, we wouldn't be here today. We wouldn't have as many communities not connected because we've had this incentive before. Not at this level, but we've had incentives to connect our communities. We've had situations where funds have been spent to create jobs and we can't find the jobs that they were supposed to create. We've had situations where we've created jobs and they were supposed to be one kind of job and it ended up being a lesser job. Why are we afraid to require them to report what they actually do? So I would just encourage you. I mean, I get personalities in this chamber is about personalities. I get party politics is about following the leader. You can't lead, you got to follow. I get all that. But the one thing I don't understand is why we don't want to do public policy. This is a simple public policy issue, informing you as members of what's going on with this amount of money. And so I'm going to ask you to think about it, and then I would hope that you would recognize this is about your responsibility as a member to ask the information critical to your constituents. If you duck under the table in your desk, I can't do anything about that. I'm just going to suggest that you have an opportunity, and I would encourage you to use this opportunity to find out what it is you need to know. With that, I move passage.
Representative Davis sends up an amendment. It is not acceptable to the author. The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Ashby voting nay, Representative Davis of Dallas voting aye. Have all voted. Show Representative Harrison voting nay. Have all voted. There being 63 ayes and 81 nays, the amendment fails to be adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Davis.
Chair recognizes Representative Davis of Dallas to explain the amendment. The amendment has been withdrawn. Following. Chair recognizes Representative Davis of Dallas to speak in favor of the bill.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, members, I pulled down several amendments because it doesn't point me wasting time and my good energy to try to convince somebody to get out of their space and get in a space more responsive to their citizens. I get that. I'm speaking for the bill because I believe in broadband. I believe this is a unique opportunity for Texas to show itself to be good to all of its citizens. And I think there's an opportunity for us to connect Texas in a way we've never been able to do it in the past. So don't get confused. I'm for broadband. I think it's important for 911. I think it's important for telemedicine. I think it's important for education. I think it's important to connect our community. So my amendments in no way were done with the intent to not be supportive of broadband. In fact, I'm very supportive of broadband. But I will tell you, over the years that I've been in the legislature, and I've been here a few years now, we've incentivized companies who come and gotten tax breaks. We created opportunities for jobs, people to get money to create jobs. We created opportunities for companies to move here to create jobs. We created monies to do infrastructure, and we still have gaps. And so these amendments were informational amendments so that we can see what the problems are. And if you've been elected to be responsible to 150,000 people, and you don't recognize the value of recognizing some communities in your district are connected and some are not, some have a higher speed and some don't, shame on you. Shame on you. Because this is where we're supposed to stand up for that 150,000+ people we represent to make sure that services and resources and efforts to make Texas great are invested in a meaningful way so we all will become better for it. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm for the bill. I'm going to vote for the bill. But I will tell each of you who sought to not want to know what's going on, shame on you. Shame on you, because people expect us to know. They expect for us to stand up for them. And they expect us to make sure that people who spend public dollars are accountable to those that they've been in charge to represent their interests. And it troubles me that our environment here has deteriorated in such a way that we don't even care that we're not representing or protecting the citizens' interests with information. Not a directive, not anything that changes anything. Just tell me what you're doing with the money. Just tell me, how did I get my community connected? How do we do telemedicine? How do we make sure our kids, if we have a situation where they have to stay at home, are they connected? That's all we're trying to get to. But, you know, again, I'm voting for it. I would encourage you to vote for it. And if you have any doubts that you're going to be able to get if you don't have any doubts that you're going to be able to get your questions asked, start asking now, because I know you will.
Chair recognizes Representative Schaefer in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Rural broadband is very important, something that we need. However, I am going to vote no on this bill because I don't believe this bill factors in an existing technology that's already providing high-speed internet in the rural areas, and that's Starlink and other satellite technologies. The private sector has already given an option to many people in rural areas. People even use it on their boats. I've talked to many people who have Starlink. It's great. It's high-speed internet. And so we're making a huge state investment into landlines, essentially. And we're not contemplating that there's going to be places in rural Texas where you don't need to run that last piece of cable. There are people that can use satellite internet. All you have to have is a view of the sky. It's high speed. It's already available. Not only is it already available, but the capacity is increasing all the time. And so from a stewardship of taxpayer dollars, I'm going to kind of register my no vote in opposition to this bill because we are not factoring in what the private sector has already provided us in the way of a solution.
Chair recognizes Representative Ashby to close on the bill.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I appreciate your indulgence here this afternoon. Let me quickly address concerns from my good friend from Tyler, my fellow East Texan, Representative Schaefer. He and I just respectfully kind of disagree on the point where he talks about Starlink, and certainly I'm not up here to be critical of Starlink. But I just want to point out that the federal government says that if you have satellite internet service, that you are considered unserved. And the reason why that is because satellite service has inherent reliability problems, because the satellites rely on line of sight technology, and our weather conditions, cloud cover probably being the biggest obstacle here, they very often impact the signal. The other thing I would say about satellite technology, it's not future-proof. It can't immediately scale to the faster speeds the way the other technologies can. It costs more. It has limited bandwidth. I've mentioned the weather limitations. And the latency issues is probably one of the other biggest issues, just the latency between the satellite connecting to Earth and then sending the signal back. And so, with all due respect to my friend, and with no disrespect to the satellite industry, that is not a one-size-fits-all solution for the great state of Texas, I can assure you. And so, members, to be clear, they're not disqualified from applying for funding of the bill. I just want to be clear that it's not the be-all, end-all answer that some might suggest. So, members, I appreciate your time. This is a historic milestone for the state of Texas. This is a bipartisan bill. Let's do the right thing for the state of Texas and connect all Texans. And with that, I move passage on House Bill 9.
Question occurs on the passage to engrossment of House Bill 9. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. Vote aye, vote nay. Clerk will ring the bell. So Representative Ashby voting aye. Show Mr. Dutton voting aye. Representative King of Hemphill voting aye. Show Ms. Perez voting aye. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 139 ayes and 7 nays, House Bill 9 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 11. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 11 by Dutton, relating to the rights, certification, and compensation of public school educators, including financial and other assistance provided to public schools by the Texas Education Agency related to public school educators and to certain allotments under the Foundation School Program.
Chair recognizes Representative Dutton to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are certain things that make us all the same. One is we all have the same creator. Two, we're all great Texans. We're all great Americans. We're all great Texans. We all run for office to be here. And in running for office, one of the things that every campaign around here has is they have an element in a campaign that says they want to improve public education. Think about that. That's what everybody does. And so today, what we're doing with House Bill 11 is we're continuing the march from House Bill 72, which was in the 68th session, and House Bill 3, some of you are here for. And we're continuing that march to try to figure out how to make public education work. And what we've done is we figured out that to increase student outcomes, we have to increase teacher quality. One of the elements of the best element for having a successful student in a classroom is having a great teacher in that classroom. And so we recognize that every child's future begin and should begin with a high quality education, because we know that having a high quality education again begins with having a high quality educator in that room. Teachers, for the most part, are the most important factor impacting student outcomes. And so today, members, this is a bill that actually spends almost close to $500 million in it. I hope you have read the HRO report. because I have, and it basically does what this bill, it describes exactly what this bill says, and what I hope it does, and what I'm convinced it will do, is it will improve teacher quality to the point where we can begin to address particularly those things that have been causing student outcomes not to increase. Now, let me talk about what the bill does. The governor established a teacher vacancy task force that was made up of 46 people. 23 of those people were teachers. What we've done with this bill is incorporate a lot of the recommendations that came out of the Texas Teacher Vacancy Task Force. And one thing that we did is we expanded the teacher allotment. Secondly, what we did is we changed the whole teacher incentive allotment, though, to include a fourth category now, where before it was only 3. We added a fourth category where we expect, at least in 2024, we will add another 2,000 teachers to the teacher incentive allotment. We've also increased the amount of money that we spend in the Texas teacher incentive allotment, such that now the master teacher will get upwards of $12,000 to $36,000 a year. Exemplary teachers will get between $9,000 and $25,000. Recognized teachers will get between $5,000 and $15,000. And the fourth category we put in acknowledged teachers, where what we're going to do is for those teachers who are nationally board certified, and unlike what it is now, if you're nationally board certified, you're in the recognized category, we now automatically place them in the acknowledged category, which has a range of $3,000 to $9,000. Secondly, what the bill does is provides that we're going to let the nationally board certified teachers, at least like I told you, become a part of the acknowledged category. We also, in this bill, create what's called the Teacher Residency Partnership Program. That's the first time we've done that. And one of the things we're going to do is that teachers who or in a university program, for example, the last year, they will spend it at a school campus. What this bill does is it allows them to get $22,000 a year while they're doing that in that year. We hope that that is going to improve teacher quality because I think it does, because one of the things we've been doing is we've been throwing teachers into the classroom without any experience whatsoever, and so many of them end up in the classrooms that need an experienced teacher, but they don't have one. And what these teachers do sometimes, and first, second, and third year teachers, is they go into the schools and then they go into those classrooms and they learn how to teach, and then they go someplace else. And so what we're going to do is create this teacher residency program so that we don't have teachers running all over the place and trying to learn how to teach. We're going to help them learn how to teach. And we're going to pay them to do that. Now, the teachers who go to teach, the teachers who go into the residency program that go into a low-performing school or some of the rural schools, they can actually get up to $42,000 a year. What we also did is a teacher resident seeking their certification in special education or bilingual, this bill provides that they will receive $2,000. And so there are a number of things we're doing in here that's designed to improve teacher quality, which ultimately I think improves student outcomes. The teacher vacancy data collection is in there so that now we'll know exactly why teachers are not only in the profession, but why teachers are leaving the profession. This bill also waives the certification exam fees and application fees for any teacher entering the field. It also does one thing that I like. It eliminates the surcharge that teachers were having to pay, retired teachers were having to pay, when they come back in to teach. There was a surcharge that the districts were paying, and the districts didn't pay it, teachers didn't want to pay it, so they didn't come at all. Well, what this bill does is eliminates that surcharge to where at least the state is going to pay the surcharge. So that teachers, retired teachers now, will be further encouraged to come back into the classroom and help us at least alleviate as much as we can the teacher shortage. This bill also creates a teacher work time study program. It also updates and expands the mentor program allotment. And one of the recommendations from the governor's task force was that they wanted to make sure that teachers, that the children of teachers who needed pre-K would be allowed to get pre-K. And so what this bill does is allow teachers with pre-K children to enroll their children in pre-K classrooms. I could go on, members, but let me tell you what I think this bill ultimately provides. It ultimately provides an opportunity for all of our schools, all 5.5 million students in Texas, to get a better quality education, because we're going to start with a better quality teacher. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I will stop there. And I know there's several amendments to this bill. And so I'll be happy to stop there and offer the amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Dutton.
Chair recognizes Representative Dutton to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is a perfecting amendment to make it more explicit that the funding going to educator preparation programs is not being double counted. There was a confusion in the bill about whether or not the 10% was going to be double counted. And so this kind of straightens that out. And I move adoption.
Representative Dutton sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Harris v. Anderson.
Chair recognizes Representative Harris of Anderson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment takes the bill back to current law by reinstating the veto authority of the SBOE and removes the section of the bill creating negotiating rulemaking. I want to thank Representative Leo Wilson for her help and expertise on this issue. The amendment is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Representative Harris sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Thank you, Harold. Okay, thank you, Cody.
Amendment by Martinez Fisher.
Chair recognizes Representative Martinez Fisher to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is an amendment that deals with the mentoring program, which is a very popular program in our schools and very successful in helping retain new teachers. There's a cap of 40 participants. What this amendment does is it, subject to the amount that's appropriated in the event that there are some excess slots for mentorship programs, that school districts can exceed the cap. It is discretionary with the department, and I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Representative Martinez Fisher sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Van Dever.
Chair recognizes Representative Van Dever to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment addresses the early education allotment that we passed back in 2019. What we're doing is simply codifying the original intent of the allotment to provide pre-K funding to school districts. I move passage.
Chair recognizes Representative Dutton to speak on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is one amendment that I'm not for it, I'm not against it, but I do need a record vote just to make sure that it's what this House
Representative
intends to
Tinderholt,
do.
for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for
Will the gentleman
questions?
yield for questions?
Yes.
The
When I
gentleman
looked at
will
it,
yield.
they just pop up real quick on us. It looks like it's a 10% increase. Is that what that is or not?
I can't understand
It
what you
looks
said.
like it's a 10% increase. Am I wrong when I read that amendment?
It's not a 10% increase. What it does is it changes the way we base the whole thing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Chair recognizes Representative Van Dever to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to lay this amendment out. I appreciate Chairman Dutton's willingness to let us vote on this. Again, we passed this in 2019, and this is just codifying it, putting it in for the next biennium. And I ask you to vote yes on the amendment.
Question occurs on the amendment sent up by Representative Van Dever. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Dutton voting aye, Representative Van Dever voting aye, Representative Isaac voting aye. Have all voted? There being 143 ayes and 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Lozano.
Chair recognizes Representative Lozano to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment would allow an education preparation program to continue to conduct classroom observations of an uncertified teacher in the District of Innovation, and such observations would fulfill the SBEC certification requirements for intern observations. The teacher under observation would still be required to meet all other certification requirements, including the passage of the required certification exams. I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Representative Lozano sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez-Valpaso.
Chair recognizes Representative Moody to explain the Gonzalez amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is just addressing an issue related to something that we face in our bilingual classrooms that special education teachers have as well. So you have a dual certification process that can keep teachers out of the classroom for this very important population. And so this creates some clarity for TEA in that process and brings it in alignment with some other sections. So it is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Representative Gonzalez sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Does anyone else wish to speak on for or against House Bill 11? If not, Chair recognizes Representative Dutton to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, thank you. This is another march toward education success in the state of Texas. We still have far too many people, too many students in Texas who are not receiving a quality education. And part of the reason for that is if you don't start with a quality teacher in a classroom, it's going to be hard for you to get to the other side of having quality students. And what this bill does is this bill does the things that we have all wanted it to do for a long time, particularly in giving teachers a better start at being a teacher. Because in many cases, we've allowed them to walk into classrooms totally unprepared to be a teacher, but to practice on certain students until they can get it right. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage of House Bill 11. And members, I think you can go home and say, you have accomplished your campaign promise because you have improved public education. Thank you very much.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 11. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. So Representative King of Hemphill voting aye. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 139 ayes and 4 nays, House Bill 11 is passed to engrossment. Representative Howard, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the remarks between myself and Representative Dean on HB 3053 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 100. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 100 by King of Hemphill relating to the compensation of public school educators and to the public school finance system, including enrollment-based funding for certain allotments under the Foundation School Program.
Chair recognizes Representative King of Hemphill to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 100 is a historic bill that is infusing an estimated $4.5 billion into public education, while making policy shifts that will support critical increases in teacher pay and greater predictability in school budgets. House Bill 100 is addressing the issues that are vital to our school districts across the state and is providing funding to benefit all children in Texas. From fighting inflation to funding schools based on enrollment, we have intentionally worked to create a bill that helps districts of varying sizes and differing economic situations. On top of all this, House Bill 100 will provide substantial increases to teacher pay and will increase the funding we're providing to our special ed classrooms. Mr. Speaker, I have a perfecting amendment and an amendment to that amendment I would like to adopt. I move to adopt before we finish the layout. It doesn't make sense without adopting. We intend to have some, there will be some cleanup language coming, but first of all, let's just talk about the specifics of House Bill 100. The basic allotment increases, a $90 increase in the first year and $50 the next. The adjustment for inflation, the second year of the biennium, started in 2026. Small and mid-sized allotment increases weights. We guard against outsized charter gains with new weights that bring charters to the state average. Special education funding shifts the intensity model with the transition period from 24-25. It establishes reimbursement for student evaluations, increases special ed transportation funding by 20 cents per mile. The regular transportation allotment increases by 54 cents a mile, extends formula transition grants till 29 and 30, increases funding under the IFA and the EDA programs by tying guaranteed amounts of enrollment instead of attendance. It creates an advanced course allotment funding, a fine arts allotment, a book safety allotment. It increases weights for the educationally disadvantaged students in residential placement. It requires 50% of the overall funding increase, the new money, to be paid for teacher compensation. Raises the minimum salary schedule to provide minimum salary for teachers under and over 5 years experience. Establishes transition grant to ensure school districts can pay for this salary increase. It makes a historic shift to the enrollment-based funding. Regular program allotment and small and mid-sized allotments continue to be ADA-based. Other allotments shift from enrollment basis on 25. CTE, regular portion of attendance, shifts to regular allotment and weights over time spent with CTE ranging.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails.
And with that, Mr. Speaker, I do believe there is an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by King of Hemphill.
Chair recognizes Representative King of Hemphill to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment cleans up some language intended to be in the committee sub. First and foremost, it ensures all school employees benefit from the increase in funding for a district. The language is the same that we used in House Bill 3. The bill also reinstates a small mid-size adjustment that were in the file version and was inadvertently removed when we switched back to ADA. Additionally, this amendment moves inflation factor to the next biennium. Since we are increasing the basic allotment in the first 2 years, move adoption.
Following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by King of Hemphill.
Chair recognizes Representative King of Hemphill to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment to the amendment simply creates some language that was incorrect in the perfecting amendment.
Representative King of Hemphill sends up an amendment to the amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. Following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez Fisher.
Chair recognizes Representative Martinez Fisher to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an amendment to the imperfect amendment to the amendment. No, I'm kidding. This is an amendment that deals with the sunset provisions for the CPI index inflation that will be running in this bill. This will now strike the sunset date, so we'll keep the CPI in perpetuity. I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Representative Martinez Fisher sends up an amendment to the amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative King of Hemphill to close on the amendment to the amendment as amended.
Move passage. I close. Move passage.
Question occurs on the adoption of the amendment as amended. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment as amended is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by King of Hemphill.
Chair recognizes Representative King of Hemphill to explain the amendment.
Yeah. Speaker, this amendment is a credit for repayment amendment or prepayment amendment. Move adoption.
Representative King of Hemphill sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Representative Howard. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Howard.
Chair recognizes Representative Howard to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply strikes the language that would allow school districts to deny teachers their minimum salary on the basis of an unsatisfactory performance rating. I believe it's acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Representative Howard sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Lozano.
Chair recognizes Representative Lozano to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment fixes a couple of items in HB 100 relating to the Rural School Innovation Zone and makes sure that the language in HB 100 reflects HB 2209 as it was passed out of the committee. The amendment ensures that funds are spent on career pathways and aligns the outcome bonuses for schools. It is acceptable to the author.
Representative Lozano sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez Fisher.
Chair recognizes Representative Martinez Fisher to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, this is an amendment that deals with the basic allotment. And as you know, that's the funding that goes to schools that pays for everybody's salary. 2/3 of the basic allotment will go to salaries for everybody: bus driver, cafeteria, food service workers, librarians, teachers, everybody. And so what this does, this is an amendment to take the basic allotment to $6,500. And let me tell you where I got this number. I appreciate Chair King. I've worked with Chair King, and I know he wants to do the right thing. We're just dealing with a budget of trying to make everything work. And what I saw during this debate on House Bill 100 in committee, when the fiscal note came out, there was an idea of adjusting the basic allotment to inflation to take effect in 24 and 25. And then that's not the case now. We're going to delay that, and that's a whole nother discussion. But when you looked at what the basic allotment would do pursuant to the OBB, is the basic allotment would have increased to $6,418. We know the magic number to catch up to inflation is closer to $7,000. That's a lot of money. That's a lot to do. I understand that. I get that. But at some juncture, this body made a decision to look at a proposal that would take the basic allotment to $6,418. I think we can do $6,500. And that's what the intent of this amendment does. And I want you to think about this. I learned about this because the people in the district that I represent, if you know San Antonio, there are many school districts, and they all pay attention to what happens up here. And when this committee substitute was adopted way back when at the committee level, we received a few phone calls, people pretty excited about finally getting a bump in the basic allotment. It has not been raised. It has not been raised since 2019. So if you're brand new to this legislature, we have not increased this basic allotment since 2019. The amount of revenue we have today is by far much larger than what it was in 2019. We have the resources. We have to figure out the accounting. I get that, but we have the resources. I was just looking at interest rates today and thinking about the amount of money we have in our treasury. And even if you just did a modest apportionment of what interest rates are paying for cash in deposits, liquid funds, I bet you we're making substantial money just on interest alone. So in addition to what we have, we're continuing to receive more money just for keeping it in the Treasury. And I'm sure sales tax collections are just as strong today as they were last year, which means at some point we may be looking at an additional revenue estimate adjustment of more money. So this is not an issue of money. This is an issue of will. And so what I'd like to think is that we can take a vote as a body, a very similar vote that the Public Education Committee members took a little while ago, increasing the basic allotment to a livable standard so that everybody can do better. If we're going to hold these schools accountable, we have to pay them. We have to make sure these schools are run the way they need to be run. We can't be pointing the finger when schools fail to make it on an accountability side, or when they fall into management, or when they fall into conservatorship, if we're not funding them with the resources they need. All this is a basic allotment increase of $6,500. I hope it is acceptable to the author, and I hope you'll vote for it. I'll be asking for a record vote.
Chair recognizes Representative King of Hemphill to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. We are increasing the basic allotment in the first year. We're overall over the biennium, we're increasing it $394, and then we're moving to an inflationary adjustment. But keep in mind here, we are increasing the basic allotment, but House Bill 100 does a lot for a lot of different allotments, including the hundreds of millions of dollars that we're going to drive to school districts with their average bump and all the other allotments by 3.5%. By moving to enrollment, we're going to pour more and more money into our schools where we should. We have an inflationary adjustment that's going to kick in year 3. I think while I would like to, I'm always for more teacher pay, there are other things that need funded too. And so I'm going to ask for you to vote with me and oppose this amendment and stick with the $4.5 billion that are allocated to House Bill 100, because what I didn't hear from Representative Martinez-Fisher is which program he wanted to cut to pay for that. I think we need to stick with what the bill does, and I would ask you to vote no.
Chair recognizes Representative Bryant to speak in favor of the amendment.
Members of the House, this is a tiny increase over what is in the bill at the present time. We're 42nd in per pupil spending on public education, according to Raise Your Hand Texas. Other groups say we're even further down the line than that. Now, you heard Mr. Martinez-Fisher speak a moment ago about an increase in the basic allotment that took place 4 years ago. But let me tell you what's happened to the public schools. We developed in testimony before the Education Subcommittee of the Appropriations Committee that the public school system, I'm talking about the independent school districts, have not received an increase in funding for 9 years. All of the increase that was referenced before went to charter schools. Our public schools have not received an increase in 9 years. We need a minimum of $1,000 increase just for inflation. This amendment would only kick it up by a little more than $100. Are we really going to, with a $33 billion budget, be content with a $90 increase over what we have now? That's what's in the bill. And next year, a $50 increase over what we have now when we have a $33 billion surplus, a 1.5% increase this year and an 0.8% increase next year. Is that adequate for public education? Surely not. I urge you to vote for Mr. Martinez-Fisher's amendment.
Chair recognizes Representative Martinez-Fisher to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to be real clear. Number one, I want to thank Chair King. I think this is not a disagreement. Chair King has worked with us on some amendments to make good policy. I understand the constraints he may be in as he lays out this bill, but we are not constrained by that. We should be motivated by what we want to do for our schools. We will all go home. Someone's going to pull out this LBB, and they're going to say there was a time we were funding schools at $6,418 per person, and now we're doing $6,100 and $6,200 at a time of record revenue. If we contemplated at some point in this process that we were going to fund at $6,400, then we can fund at $6,500. No one has said we can't do this, we're going to break the bank. We will not break the bank. And so I want to be real clear with you all as you take this vote. This is not a gotcha. This is not a trick. This is, if you believe schools need money, this is the time to do it. If you recall in the appropriations process, we were told there would be other bills to discuss this issue. Well, this is it. This is the bill to do it, House Bill 100. I appreciate Chair King. I ask for a record vote, and I ask that you vote yes for this amendment.
Question occurs on the adoption of the Martinez-Fisher amendment. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The vote aye, vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bryant voting aye, Mr. Martinez-Fisher voting aye, Mr. King of Hemphill voting nay, Mr. Harris of Anderson voting nay. Have all voted? There being 68 ayes and 79 nays, the amendment fails to be adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Harris of Anderson.
Chair recognizes Representative Harris from Anderson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members,
Representative Thompson, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is Representative Metcalf in this body?
Chair is not advised. Ms. Thompson.
If he is, I'd like him to bring winter down and bring springtime in.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment helps further address the funding deficiencies caused by state valuations by directing the commissioner to determine funding based on local values. I believe it's acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Representative Harris of Anderson sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Harris of Anderson.
Chair recognizes Representative Harris of Anderson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment creates a hardship grant for ISDs who suffer a funding deficiency as a result of being forced to use the state's valuation for the district's taxable value of property for the 2022-2023 tax years. It's acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Representative Harris of Anderson sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Lujan.
Chair recognizes Representative Lujan to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment lessens the barrier to entry into the additional day school year program by moving the base calendar requirement from 180 days to 175 days, aligning closer with the statewide average, allowing for more LEAs to participate in the program. I believe this amendment is acceptable to the author. Move adoption.
Representative Lujan sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Thompson of Harris.
Chair recognizes Representative Thompson of Harris to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is amendment clarifies some language in the camera classroom law to allow better notification to parents about their rights to request a camera for their students with special needs. Move the adoption.
Representative Thompson of Harris sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Ashby.
Chair recognizes Representative Ashby to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment addresses the issue of school district ineligibility due to non-compliant appraisal district, expands the time frame for school districts to protest the controller's study and ensure school district receive the funding they deserve. I move passage.
Representative Ashby sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Representative Canales, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
We need to lay out the amendment, please.
Amendment by Bryant.
Chair recognizes Representative Bryant to explain the amendment. Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Can we please get the amendment up on the iFast so that we can see it before the author lays it out? We didn't get to see the one before the last one.
We'll do that, Mr. Canales. Chair recognizes Representative Bryant to explain the amendment.
Thank you. Members, the Commissioner of Education proposes to dramatically alter the grading of our school districts beginning as early as September. As you know, they're currently graded on an A, B, C, D, E, F basis. All of them have been working hard to move up the line to get a higher grade, and many of them have succeeded. Yet, the Commissioner of Education has notified the school districts that he intends to recalculate all of this, dramatically alter the way in which it's graded, and inform districts that they may have made it to A, but now they're B, for example, to downgrade those districts' ratings, which of course will confuse the public, cause the public to believe something bad has happened in their schools, and further erode public confidence in the school system. This is a proposal by Commissioner Morath. It has been pushed back on by our school districts who have written a letter to him urging him not to do it that way. Commissioner Morath even proposes to make it retroactive for 1 year, so a student who graduates this year from an A school may find out that, well, now we are calling that school a B school. I'm offering an amendment simply to say that process cannot take place in this biennium. It'll give us time to study it, give the school districts time to weigh in on it, and give the commissioner time to do something that is not precipitous and not potentially very damaging to the public opinion of public schools all across the state that have been working hard to move up from C to B and from B to A, and to try to improve the product for our children. I urge you to vote for this amendment.
Chair recognizes Representative King of Hemphill to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I don't believe this amendment is even germane to the bill. It is unnecessary. There's a lot of other vehicles out here that have been addressing the problem that Mr. Bryant was referencing. I would urge you to vote no on this amendment.
Chair recognizes Representative Bryant to speak to close on the amendment.
I urge you to heed the requests of your school districts not to allow this to take place. It is precipitous, it's ill-conceived, it's going to give the public the wrong impression. They've worked hard to move up the line to get a better grade. Let's don't take away the value of that hard work by regrading them before everybody's had a chance to weigh in on the system of grading. Please vote aye on the amendment.
Question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. It's a division vote. Vote aye, vote nay. Show Representative King of Hemphill voting nay, Representative Bryant voting aye. Strike the board. The amendment fails to be adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hefner.
Chair recognizes Representative Hefner to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment would simply allow open enrollment charter schools to have a school health advisory council, just as traditional ISDs do currently. It makes no changes to current SHACs. It simply unifies a policy between the ISDs and the charters.
Representative Hefner sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the authors. Any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Thompson of Harris.
Chair recognizes Representative Thompson of Harris to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, this amendment preserves the right of a parent to request a camera in their student special education classroom if they spend 50% of their instructional day in a special education classroom. I move adoption.
Representative Thompson of Harris sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the authors. Any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Craddock.
Chair recognizes Representative Craddock to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment removes the penalty for school districts
that had a lower tax rate and didn't add a 5th penny tax for the coming year. It only affects Midland Independent School District and Grapevine and Colleyville. I move adoption.
Mr. Craddock sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author of the objection to the adoption amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Any member to speak for or against on the bill? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Mr. King of Hemphill to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to, first of all, thank all that helped collaborate on this bill. Speaker staff, my staff, many members that worked countless hours to create a really good school finance bill that I think we can all take home and be proud of. I move adoption.
Ms. Martinez-Fisher, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
I yield.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman King. Chairman King, number one, let me thank you again. I know you worked hard on this. Appreciate you working with us on some of the amendments you adopted. You and I had a conversation about the increased basic allotment and the reference in the bill about 50% of that money would go towards salaries. You recall that conversation?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
it's 50% of the new money is
Yes,
what
sir.
the bill calls for.
And for the purposes of legislative intent, I want to clarify that because it'll allay some confusion that we talked about. So, with regard to that 50%, we're talking about new money and the basic allotment. Is that correct?
That's right.
We're not talking about new money as it relates to. We just talked about a school safety allotment. We're not talking about that.
No, we're not. This is just money in the basic allotment.
And likewise, we're not talking about local revenue like the 6th golden penny. That will not apply in this instance either.
That is correct.
And to the extent that there's any additional revenue, let's take it from the Buckley and Creighton proposals as it relates to instructional materials. It's not your intent for 50% of those funds, if any, to apply to those salaries. Is that also correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then with regard to any other proposal out there that may bring in additional revenue to schools that is not in the basic allotment, it is not your intent that those dollars or 50% of those dollars be applied to salaries, right?
That is correct.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Martinez-Fisher?
I'd like to reduce the right in the exchange between Chairman King and I for the purposes of legislative intent.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Move passage.
The question occurs in passage of engrossment, HB 100. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 100 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HJR 125. The clerk will read the resolution.
HJR 125 by Ashby, proposing a constitutional amendment creating the Broadband Infrastructure Fund to assist in the financing of broadband and telecommunications services projects in this state.
The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Joint Resolution 125 creates the Broadband Infrastructure Fund as a fund in our state treasury outside the General Revenue Fund and outlines the parameters of the fund. Contingent on voter approval, HJR 125 creates the Texas Broadband Infrastructure Fund and dedicates $5 billion from the ESF to the fund, establishes parameters on how it can be used. It sets a sunset date on the fund for 10 years, and any unexpended balance has to be remitted back to the fund, and it's designed with the flexibility to address rapidly evolving technology and consumer needs. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of HJR 125. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Ashby voting aye, Mr. Dutton voting aye. Ms. Wiener voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 137 ayes and 7 nays, HJR 125 is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading HJR 107. The clerk will read the bill.
HJR 107 by Price, proposing a constitutional amendment to increase the mandatory age of retirement for state justices and judges.
The chair recognizes Mr. Price to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HJR 107 quite simply raises the mandatory retirement ages of our judges and justices from 75 to 79, allowing us to utilize their skill and experience for just a few additional years. With that, I move adoption.
No. Sorry. The question occurs on the adoption of HJR 107. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk ring the bell. Chair Mr. Price voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes and 5 nays, HJR 107 is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading HJR 132. The clerk will read the resolution.
HJR 132 by Hefner, proposing a constitutional amendment prohibiting the imposition of an individual net worth or wealth tax.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Joint Resolution 132 would offer the people of Texas an opportunity to have a direct say in the possibility of a net income or wealth tax being imposed on them by the legislature in the future. This resolution is a proactive and forward-looking measure to ensure that the legislature will never be allowed to impose such a tax on their constituents without their direct consent.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Bryant, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of HJR 132 on the grounds that it violates Rule 11, Section 2, inasmuch as the committee substitute is not germane to the original bill.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Bryant raises a point of order against further consideration of the committee substitute for HJR 132 under Rule 11, Section 2, on the grounds that the substitute is not germane. As introduced, the joint resolution applied only to individuals and families. The substitute alters this and applies only to individuals and business entities. Business entities are of a different character than individuals and families and are not of the same type of persons covered by the original class. Thus, the substitute impermissibly enlarges the original class and is not germane. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. Pursuant to Rule 4, Section 41, HJR 132 is returned to the Committee on Calendars. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1300. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1300 by Guerin, relating to the punishment for the criminal offense of tampering with or fabricating physical evidence.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 1300 just ties the punishment for tampering to the crime that is committed. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage and engrossment of HB 1300. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1300 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1554. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1554 by Raymond, relating to disclosure of a beneficiary to a funeral director under a life insurance policy.
The chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1554 allows a life insurance company to disclose the beneficiary of a life insurance policy to a funeral director on the director's request, but only with written consent of an heir, heir's representative, or the decedent's personal representative. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1554. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Raymond voting aye, Ms. Bowers voting aye, Mr. Frazier voting aye. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 119 ayes and 15 nays, HB 1554 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1302. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1302 by Guerin, relating to inspections and examinations by the Railroad Commission of Texas of certain sites and facilities conducted using unmanned aircraft.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 1302 allows the Railroad Commission to use drones for inspection purposes. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of engrossment, HB 1302. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1302 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1709. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1709 by Canales, relating to a special bill of review to reform a final judgment of forfeiture of a bail bond.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, basically what this bill does is bring the bail bond forfeitures in line with the rest of the Texas Rules of Civil Procedure. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment, HB 1709. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1709 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2012. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2012 by Alverson, relating to the display of the national motto in public school and institution of higher education classrooms.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2012 is a permissive bill that would simply prohibit
Mr.
a school
Speaker?
district from adopting
Ms. Weiner,
a
for what
policy
purpose?
that-
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Sure. Let me finish my layout, and then I would happily
Not at this
yield.
time.
So 2012 essentially allows a teacher to display a copy of the national motto in a classroom if they so choose, by prohibiting a school district from adopting a policy that would prohibit them from doing so. It does not require any display. It is totally optional. It's totally up to the teacher. It doesn't cost the school district anything. The national motto has to either be donated or provided by the teacher. So it's permissive, and I'm happy to yield for questions.
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some
Would
questions?
the gentleman yield for questions?
Of course.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Representative Allerson, I heard you describe this bill as permissive.
Yes.
My question is permissive to who? Does it give a parent any choice about whether or not references to God are contained within their classroom in a public school?
Well, Representative, we're talking about the national motto, and I understand it has the word God in it, but it's directly above me as you're talking to me right now. So it is an official adopted motto for our country, adopted by an act of Congress. It's not dissimilar from having the Pledge of Allegiance or the Declaration of Independence or the American flag or the Texas flag or any other symbol of patriotism, and federal courts, including the Supreme Court, have upheld that opinion.
I am not contesting whether or not it is legal to post it in a school district at this time. What I'm asking is, we're talking a lot about parental empowerment this session. Does this give me, a parent who is not teaching my child about God, who does not have a faith, any say over whether or not my child's classroom contains references to God?
It does not.
Okay. Could you explain to me why, when we talk about freedom of religion, so much we leave out the freedom of those who do not have a religious belief system?
Well, Representative, I think there's a difference between having freedom to practice religion and the absence of religion. Because, the concept of atheism, to my knowledge, is the only type of religious practice that would expressly prohibit anyone else from practicing their faith in order for them to be accommodated. So it is somewhat anti-freedom of religion as an expression of religion.
But to be clear, people are not prohibited from practicing their religion just if they can't post a poster on a classroom wall.
And I'm saying that would extend to teachers in a classroom as well.
So your position is that in order for teachers to practice their faith, they have to be able to post the national motto on the classroom wall?
No, what I'm saying is that a patriotic document adopted by an act of Congress, which is already available to be displayed in our public schools, if a teacher was to choose to post that document just as if they wanted to have an American flag or a Texas flag or the Pledge of Allegiance, that cannot be prohibited by a school district. And that's all I'm saying.
So your position is the reference to God and in God we trust is the same as the national flag?
The national motto is directly above you.
I don't think that answers my question. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I guess I misheard your question.
Well, I'm trying to understand. So your position is the phrase, "In God we trust," and references to God are the same as any other depiction of patriotism?
That is, I'm saying that is our national motto. It was adopted by an act of Congress. So that statement in its exact form, "In God we trust," is in fact an official adopted motto of the United States of America. It is no different than the flag or the Declaration of Independence or any other officially adopted document by the United States of America.
So we've talked a lot the last couple of weeks about parental choices in various ways. We talked about vaccines this week. We talked about books last week and this idea that parents should have a voice in what those are. So I'm very confused that same conversation doesn't give parents a choice in whether or not their children are exposed to religion in a public school that is paid for with taxpayer dollars.
So, Representative, I would just submit to you that the presence or absence of the national motto in a classroom is not really a discussion about religion. It's a display of patriotism. And that's my whole point to you, is the Supreme Court has upheld that exact statement and position, that this is not a display of religious belief. It does not require allegiance to religion. It should not be interpreted as such. And I would also point out to you that it shows up on every bit of currency, regardless of whether you support the motto, don't support the motto, believe in God, don't believe in the God. Every time you're passing money and you're paying for something, this is the national motto right here. It's right here on this $20 bill. So my point is that this isn't really about God, this is about patriotism. And that is what the courts have routinely upheld.
Thank you for answering my questions, Mr. Alverson. My concerns about this legislation remain, but thank you for the dialogue.
You're welcome. Thank you. I appreciate it, Representative.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Bryant, for a purpose.
I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 2012. Inasmuch as it's violative of Rule 4, Section 32C, that the bill analysis is materially misleading.
Please bring your point of order down front.
The point of order is withdrawn. Is there any member wishing to speak on, for, or against the bill? The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2012. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 2012 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 927. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 927 by Dutton, relating to the creation of a commission to review certain laws of this state that restrict the rights or activities of persons convicted of a felony offense and to make certain recommendations regarding those laws.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply creates a 9-member commission that is going to take a look at our laws, particularly those laws that are impediments to a person accomplishing successfully the reentry of society into society once they've gotten a felony. And so I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 927. All those in favor say aye. The record vote has been requested. The record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 110 ayes, 31 nays, House Bill 927 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 906. The clerk will read the bell.
HB 906 by Moody, relating to the provision of information regarding mental health and suicide prevention services to entering students at public institutions of higher education.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we all know that times of big change in young person's life are when they are most vulnerable. That's why some public universities are required to distribute information on mental health and suicide prevention to incoming full-time students. And we have many reports about the good that's done and the lives that has saved. Unfortunately, under current law, that's not all colleges and not all students. This bill seeks to address that, so this information is available to all students across the state of Texas. And I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 906. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 906 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1008. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1008 by Turner, relating to employment and license suspension of persons who provide care to individuals with an intellectual or developmental disability and who are under investigation for certain misconduct.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. 2 years ago, my constituents Donald and Leslie Moore suffered every parent's worst nightmare. The Moores entrusted the care of their adult son, Joshua, to a group home. The Moores knew that their son's autism caused behavior problems and frequent outbursts, and they believed a group home was the best place for their son. One evening in July of 2021, a series of tragic cascading events led to Joshua being shot and killed by his caregiver. Over the past year, I've gotten to know the Moores, and one of the most difficult things that came to light was that due to investigation backlogs and ongoing appeals, the caregiver who killed Josh was legally still allowed to work as a caregiver. This is unacceptable, members. So this bill, House Bill 10008, simply prohibits a caregiver from providing direct care to an individual with an intellectual or developmental disability if they have been found guilty of misconduct. Currently, if a caregiver is found to have engaged in misconduct involving abuse, neglect, or exploitation of an individual with IDD, once their case is closed, they are barred from caring for individuals. However, this does not take effect until the decision is final and the appeals process has been exhausted. And that process can take months, and in this particular case, well over a year, allowing a caregiver who has been credibly accused of misconduct to continue serving these vulnerable populations. I do have an amendment for this bill.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Turner.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, taking stakeholder feedback into account, this amendment clarifies a few things. The amendment first would clarify the provider must take action to suspend the employee after becoming aware of the final decision of the commission. It would also change the language to give HHSC the discretion to take the seriousness of the offense, or if the offense had occurred previously, into consideration when deciding the penalty for the provider. The amendment gives the commission the option to take action on a Medicaid provider's contract or license for a violation, including an administrative penalty, a vendor hold, or a contractor licensor termination. And the amendment also requires HHSC to take action on a provider who continues to employ caregivers who have been found to have engaged in reportable conduct, but gives the Commission the necessary room to ensure the right punishments are being enforced. The amendment's acceptable. Move adoption.
The question, Mr. Turner sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Any member wishing to speak for, against, or on the bill, the chair recognizes Mr. Turner to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to just thank the stakeholders who work with us on this bill, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1008. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1008 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1158. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1158 by Darby, relating to advanced clean energy projects and certain other projects that reduce or eliminate carbon dioxide emissions.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1158 seeks to foster development of carbon capture and hydrogen in Texas. This bill adds more clarity for the designation of carbon capture and hydrogen projects to be included in TERP so that a developer of a project can access the program to achieve emissions reductions. I think there's a conforming amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Darby.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment simply makes conforming changes to include petroleum coke and adds cement plants to the list of facilities eligible to participate. Move adoption.
Mr. Darby sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. SB 565, Sparks, relating to the release of a reversionary interest in a certain real property by the Health and Human Services Commission. SB 1155, Menendez, relating to the continuation and operations of a healthcare provider participation program by the Bexar County Hospital District. SB 1517, King, relating to prohibiting certain academic boycotts of foreign countries by public institutions of higher education. SB 1794, Menendez, relating to conditions imposed on an emergency services district that includes territory and the extraterritorial jurisdiction of certain municipalities. SB 2593, Springer, relating to a defense to prosecution for certain assaultive offenses involving the use or exhibition. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Burrows for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move the House grant permission for the Committee on Calendars to meet while the House is in session today at 4:15 p.m. in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, to consider a calendar.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? So ordered. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Calendars will meet today at 4:15 p.m. in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, in a formal meeting to consider a calendar.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Zwiener.
The chair recognizes Ms. Zwiener to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is an amendment that is restoring some of the original legislative language around length and efficacy of the sequestration, and I believe it is acceptable to the author.
Ms. Sweeter sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak for, against, or on the bill? The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1158. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. Vote aye, vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harrison voting aye. Show Ms. Rose voting aye. Members, you will have time to vote from your desk. Show Ms. Rose voting nay. Have all voted? There being 108 ayes, 34 nays, House Bill 1158 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 250. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 250 by Gonzalez of El Paso relating to crime victims' compensation.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gomez for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 250 until 9 a.m. on Monday, May 1st.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 218. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 218 by Moody relating to the criminal and licensing consequences of certain marijuana possession, drug paraphernalia possession, and tetrahydrocannabinol possession offenses, imposing a fee.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm very proud to bring you a bill that will lower taxes, improve economic opportunities for Texans, and strengthen the ability of law enforcement to respond to serious crimes. House Bill 218 does that by changing the way we enforce laws around the personal use possession of cannabis. What it does is turn personal use possession into a non-arrestable Class C offense. Under House Bill 218, possessing a small amount of cannabis is still illegal. We're just addressing it in a smarter way than we do now. What this will do is free up hundreds of millions of dollars that currently go into enforcement, keep police on the street working more serious cases instead of processing these petty arrests, and make sure those who would currently end up with a record that interferes with jobs, school, housing, and licensure come out of the process without any permanent stigma. I do want to remind everyone and let some of our new members know that this is a concept that has passed the House twice and one that the governor has signaled his approval for. So you'll be in good company when you vote with me on this bill. I move passage.
Does any member wish to speak for, against, or on the bill? The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to close on the bill.
Thank you, members. I appreciate your attention to this matter. This is a way to make better use of our law enforcement resources across the state, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 218. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 218 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2464. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2464 by Price relating to optional annuity increases for certain retirees and beneficiaries of the Texas Municipal Retirement System.
The chair recognizes Mr. Price to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2464 is going to give an option to cities who opted out of providing COLAs for their employees years ago to re-engage those employees by giving them or opting to participate in a COLA without the makeup penalty that previously has been the case, preventing many of them from taking advantage of that. This was brought to me by a retired police officer and city employees in the city of Amarillo, but this actually would apply to lots of cities across the state. And it's not mandated, it's just permissive. If they want to take advantage and give a COLA to their retirees without that penalty, this is going to open that window of time, very short window of time, for them to be able to do that. And they will be able to then provide better retirement for their employees. There is one amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Price.
The chair recognizes Mr. Price to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this amendment does is when the bill was originally drafted, it allowed for this window of time for cities to participate, but it did not prevent them from getting in and lowering their COLA. So we negotiated this very heavily with TMPA, with CLEAT, with TMRS, and what this amendment will now do, it will allow cities to provide a COLA to their employees, but it won't allow them to lower COLAs for those cities who are already providing them. It's acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Mr. Price sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Price to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2464. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 2464 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2727. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2727 by Price, relating to the provision of home telemonitoring services under Medicaid.
Chair recognizes Mr. Price to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, House Bill 2727 ensures that HHSC is able to assess and determine clinically and cost-effective methods for cost savings while continuing to provide health care services required of the state. Specifically, the bill adds kidney disease and high-risk pregnancy conditions to those allowing where telemonitoring is allowed and allows it to be utilized. House Bill 2727 allows for FQHCs and rural health clinics to utilize remote patient monitoring, and it streamlines the eligibility requirements. It clarifies the Health and Human Services Commission has the authority to add conditions for services that are clinically effective and cost-effective. I have one amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Price.
The chair recognizes Mr. Price to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Ledge Council removed a phrase cost-effective when this bill was laid out, and it added to the cost of the bill in the fiscal note. So what we did is we're adding the phrase cost-effective back in, which will have a positive benefit to the fiscal implication of the bill. It's acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Mr. Price sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Price to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2727. A record vote has been requested. Record vote is granted. Vote aye, vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Price voting aye. Show Ms. Cole voting aye. Show Ms. Garcia voting aye. Have all voted. There being 131 ayes, 11 nays, House Bill 2727 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3156. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3156 by Leach, relating to the liability of professional entities performing construction, monitoring, and inspection services for the Texas Department of Transportation.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill addresses CEI, construction, engineering, and inspection services that are utilized by TxDOT to oversee a contractor's compliance with TxDOT plans and specifications, and this bill provides those firms some heightened liability under Texas law. I do have a floor amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Leach.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we've been working diligently with stakeholders to come to an agreement on bill language that would satisfy some of the concerns that were brought up during the committee process, and this floor amendment addresses those concerns.
Right. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Moody, for what
Move
purpose?
adoption of the amendment.
Will the gentleman yield for just a couple questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions? Gentleman yields for questions.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Leach. And I think what you stated, and I just want to make sure, because there were concerns raised early on. You've had the opportunity to have a number of stakeholder meetings regarding the bill itself, correct?
Yes.
And the changes that are reflected in the amendment that's now before the body, that's what was encompassed in an agreement among all the stakeholders to make sure that all those concerns were addressed. Is that correct?
Yes, that is accurate.
I want to say that I appreciate you doing that and bringing people together to make sure all those concerns were addressed, and I look forward to voting for your bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Moody. Members, if there are no further questions, I move passage.
Mr. Leach sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3156. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 3156 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3049. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1523. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1523 by Blanco related to the dismissal of a baseless or unfounded complaint filed with the State Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners.
The chair recognizes Mr. Blanco to explain the bill. The chair recognizes Mr. Anderson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 1523 has to do with dismissal of baseless or unfounded complaints filed with the State Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners. I believe we have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Holland.
The chair recognizes Mr. Holland to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would ensure that the Veterinary Board's new complaint dismissal authority conforms to statutory complaint dismissal procedures for other state agencies by mirroring similar relevant language for the State Board of Dental Examiners. In addition, the 2-year delayed implementation in the amendment would also ensure that the Vet Board has time to develop necessary processes and procedures so that it can timely and properly dismiss complaints. I believe it is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Holland sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Anderson to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I close.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1523. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and SB 1523 is passed to third reading. Representative Anderson moves to lay House Bill 3049 on the table, subject to the call. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3574. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3574 by Lambert relating to the regulation of state banks.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lambert to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a Texas Department of Banking cleanup bill that accomplishes several things. It fixes incorrect citations and inaccurate language. It addresses regulatory concerns regarding bank insiders who have engaged in illegal or suspicious activity, and it allows the banking commissioner to receive information concerning bank reports of suspected exploitation of vulnerable adults. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3574. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 3574 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 653. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 653 by Allison relating to guardianships of the persons of ward with profound intellectual disabilities who are minors or were minors when their guardianship proceedings commenced.
The chair recognizes Mr. Allison to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the same bill that we passed here last session, and unfortunately across the hall it died. Bringing it back again, it just involves a limited scope of guardianship for wards with profound intellectual disabilities who are unable to make decisions or care for themselves. Traditionally, it has been the birth parents or someone who has adopted them from early in life when they become an adult child. With that, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 653. This is a record vote. All vote aye, vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Allison voting aye. Show Ms. Johnson of Dallas voting aye. Have all voted? There being 104 ayes, 40 nays, House Bill 653 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 55. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 55 by Johnson of Dallas, relating to the punishment for the criminal offense of indecent assault, increasing the criminal penalty.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 55 arose from a case in Dallas where a cardiologist assaulted over 24 women under the guise of medical care. These victims ranged in ages from 15 to 74 years old. Even though these incidents were reported by employees and patients to police, Texas law classifies indecent assault as a misdemeanor no matter how many number of incidents occur. After pleading guilty, the doctors were only ordered to complete a short probation, and he was allowed to continue practicing medicine until the Texas Medical Board finally suspended his license. House Bill 55 seeks to correct this injustice by allowing for felony enhancement of indecent assault. The penalty would be enhanced to a state jail felony if the actor has been previously convicted of indecent assault or if committed during the course of providing treatment by a health care or mental health service provider. Additionally, indecent assault would be enhanced to a third-degree felony if the actor was previously convicted of indecent assault as a mental health or health care service provider. The relationship between a patient and physician is sacrosanct, and any actor that violates this trust must be held accountable.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez of Dallas.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply adds to the list of offenses a defendant who provides an alcoholic beverage to another person with the intent to commit the act, and the other person was an employee, intern, or otherwise supervised in a professional capacity by the defendant. And I believe this amendment is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Ms. Gonzalez of Dallas sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Dallas to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 55. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 55 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 357. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 357 by Busey, relating to the requirements to access the online tracker of an application for a ballot to be voted by mail.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, during the 87th legislative session, we worked in a bipartisan effort with Senator Hughes to create a statewide tracker to enable a voter to access and track the status of their ballot by mail application and completed ballot. 142 yes votes here. This is just a bipartisan cleanup bill that I'm continuing to work with Senator Hughes on to make the process more accessible and just as secure. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 357. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 357 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2014. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2014 by Leach, relating to reimbursement for jury service.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is about elevating jury service in this state, ensuring that doing one's civic duty is a privilege, not a burden. Under current law, jurors who serve on a Texas jury are entitled to reimbursement for their time. However, the amount set for this reimbursement is woefully inadequate. Currently, it's $6 for the first day and $40 per day after that. This bill remedies this issue by increasing the daily juror reimbursement to $20 for the first day and $58 for each day after. I believe there is an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Vasut.
The chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply ensures that the bill is not an unfunded mandate for counties by fully paying for all the increase. And I believe it is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Vasut sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the authors or objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2014. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 2014 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 479. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 479 by Hinojosa, related to the period for transporting a criminal defendant who is found incompetent to stand trial to a facility to competency restoration services.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hinojosa to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill requires the state to reimburse the county if they're late picking up prisoners who have been ordered for competency restoration. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 479. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 479 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 409. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 409 by Collier, relating to the governance and administration of the Texas Indigent Defense Commission and to certain disclosures made in relation to the provision of funding for indigent defense services.
The chair recognizes Ms. Collier to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. The board of the Texas Indigent Defense Commission, TIDC, is currently composed of 5 members appointed by the governor. HB 409 adds 2 additional members to the TIDC board, both of which will also be appointed by the governor, bringing the total membership to 7. Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Collier.
Chair recognizes Ms. Collier to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment specifies that the 2 new members would include a current director of a MAC program or a current justice of the peace, and the other member would be an individual with a demonstrated commitment to indigent defense. They would have to have an expertise in indigent defense issues. This amendment is acceptable, and I move adoption.
Ms. Collier sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Collier to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 409. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 409 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1182. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1182 by Harless, relating to judicial statistics and other pertinent information gathered by the Texas Judicial Council in certain populous counties.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harless to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1182 simply standardizes the monthly reporting statistics for county and district criminal courts to be the same as lower courts. I believe there is an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wally.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1182 is about data collection and transparency in all courts, or in particular courts. The amendment is equally about data collection, transparency, and disputes regarding landlord and tenants, and I think it's acceptable to the authors.
Mr. Wally sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the authors. Or objection to the adoption of the amendment? There is objection. Members vote aye, vote no, division vote. Show Mr. Wally voting aye, show Mr. Harless voting aye. Strike the board. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Harless to close on the bill.
I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1182. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 1182 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1238. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1238 by Van Dever, relating to the school health and related services program, including parental consent for program services, the establishment of a school health and related services program advisory council, and the publication of the Texas Medicaid Provider Procedures Manual.
The chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill updates the SHARS program by creating SHARS-specific counsel at Health and Human Services. It sets a specific date for SHARS manual to be released, and it clarifies parental consent. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1238. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 1238 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1826. The clerk will read the bill.
I'm beg your pardon. I'm so sorry.
HB 1826 by Turner, relating to the establishment of an organized retail theft task force.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain his first bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, last interim, the Business and Industry Committee studied the effects of organized retail theft on Texas businesses of one of their interim charges. The committee found that this type of theft is a severe problem, increasing in intensity in Texas and across the country, and that brick and mortar retailers, law enforcement officials, and online marketplaces alike are all looking for some help in combating it. According to the National Retail Federation, there was a 26.5% increase in organized retail theft from 2020 to 2021. The problem clearly is only getting worse. During our interim hearing, witnesses testified that when thieves conduct organized retail crime across jurisdictions, it can be more difficult to apprehend and charge them due to the lack of coordination. There's an agreement from all of the stakeholders that a task force created with the goal of coordinating a response to organized retail theft would be an effective tool against this growing crime. So this bill would direct the comptroller to appoint a statewide task force to study organized retail theft in Texas. The task force would examine the economic impact of the economic impact of retail theft, current laws addressing this crime, and potential actions that could further address the problem. The study will culminate with a report given to relevant public officials and would also allow for the task force to work together and share information on active cases if necessary, coordinate with all stakeholders, and educate law enforcement and prosecutors on the most effective way to prosecute organized retail crime. And I believe there may be an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Tinderholt.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I support this bill, but if anyone in this room has ever had a spouse or an individual that shops at Ulta had this happen. Millions of dollars were being stolen from them. So I added an amendment because I think there's some things that they have to track. And I think it's individuals or organizations that are engaging in that theft and the geographic areas affected. And the reason I think we have to add those to this bill is I found out in Arlington when they were doing that these groups were so organized that they were stealing from Ultas in several states. And I want to make sure that they're tracking this data, and that's all it does. I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to Representative Tinderholt lay out the amendment as he's described the problem well, and that's what this task force is very much designed to address, and that's the way we have built this legislation to address those problems he described. And I think it's very important when it's saying something like this up, so everyone understands the Comptroller's Office has an existing criminal investigations division. They have a lot of experience in very specialized crime related to retail situations, whether it's tobacco tax, motor fuel sales tax, et cetera. And they have a lot of expertise in this area. I don't want to make this bill so prescriptive that we tie their arms right off the bat. And I will tell you that the Business and Industry Committee spent a lot of time studying this during the interim. It was a charge from the Speaker that we do so. And we heard hours and hours of testimony on this issue from all stakeholders. And there were a lot of ideas presented. This was never one of the ideas presented. There was never an expression from stakeholders that we needed to collect this kind of data, which, as I understand it, even DPS does not collect this type of data as a matter of course. So I would respectfully request that you vote no on this amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt to close on the amendment.
Thank you, and I respectfully disagree with my friendly colleague here. I think that we have to track who the organizations are that are doing this, that are multi-state organizations, and I think we have to find out which regional areas are covered. I move passage with the exception of a potential question.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Niave-Criado, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of the Tinderholt amendment under Rule 11, Section 2 of the House Rules on the grounds that the amendment is not germane.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order is withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I hope you'll support this amendment. It makes the bill stronger, and it will help us solve the problem of all of this crime. I move passage.
Question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Division vote. Show Mr. Rainey voting nay. Show Mr. Turner voting nay. Strike the board. The amendment fails. Anyone wishing to speak on, for, or against HB 1826, the chair recognizes Mr. Turner to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1826. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 1826 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1950. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1950 by King of Hemp Hill relating to the eligibility of the Professional Bull Riders World Finals for funding under the Major Events Reimbursement Program.
Chair recognizes Mr. King of Hemp Hill to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1950 adds the PBR World Finals to the list to a list of events eligible for the Major Events Reimbursement Fund. The committee substitute also added language to ensure that there was continued qualification for the Circuit of Americas, Bassmasters Classic, FEI World Cup Final, FIM World Supercross Championship Race, and the NRCHA. I move passage.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez of Dallas.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of Dallas to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment will include the T20 Cricket World Cup and other major league cricket events in the Major Events Reimbursement Program. The amendment is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Ms. Gonzalez sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the authors or objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. King to close on the bill.
Move adoption.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1950. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. Vote aye, vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King of Hemp Hill voting aye. Have all voted? There being 105 ayes, 28 nays, HB 1950 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1626. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1626 by Allen relating to a public school student's transition from an alternative education program to a regular classroom and the admission of certain students with a criminal or disciplinary history.
The chair recognizes Ms. Allen to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, HB 12060 still better and ensure the timely re-enrollment of justice-involved youth, as well as ongoing support for their academic and behavioral health needed once they have turned to school. It addresses opportunities for clarification within statutes to better ensure student re-enrollment in school and successful transition back to the school campus. The bill strengthens parents' right by adding language to require meetings that include the parents and create procedures for parents to provide input and participate in the transition planning process. It increases academic support by including additional district personnel and reviewing transition plans for beginning a new semester. Mr. Speaker, I have two clarifying amendments.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Allen.
The chair recognizes Dr. Allen to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, this amendment simply clarifies, makes it easier for parents to be involved in the decision-making for their children.
Dr. Allen sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Allen.
The chair recognizes Dr. Allen to explain the amendment.
This amendment simply includes charter schools. Thank you.
Dr. Allen sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the... Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Question for the author.
Will the lady yield for questions?
It's not a point of order, Mrs. Allen.
The lady yields for questions.
Yep.
Sure.
Ms. Allen, does this amendment only apply to charter schools?
No, it's public schools, regular schools, and I just made sure that charter schools were involved too.
Okay. This amendment applies to more than just charter schools, though?
No, all schools now. Charter schools and public schools.
I'm confused, but the amendment begins by, it's under subsection B, it says an open enrollment charter school is subject to.
Yes.
Reading it. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Cool.
Dr. Allen sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the authors or objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Does anyone wish to speak on, for, or against HB 16226? The chair recognizes Dr. Allen to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1626. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 1626 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 2199. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 505. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 505 by Nichols, relating to imposing an additional fee for the registration of an electric vehicle.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 505 proposes an electric vehicle road user fee that would be charged to electric EV owners in order to fund road maintenance and infrastructure, just like traditional gasoline cars. Currently, Texas has 200,000 lane miles of roads that we maintain and preserve, and one of the funding streams is the fee that you pay at the pump at the gas station. Right now, currently, EV users or EV owners pay no fees using Texas roads. What this does is seek to make it equitable and make them contribute what their fair share should be. I believe that there are some amendments.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Sweener.
The chair recognizes Ms. Sweener to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, I really appreciate Representative Canales' work on this issue. I think everyone agrees that it is time for electric vehicles to pay into the highway fund through an annual fee. My concerns are what the actual number in the bill are. Right now, a Texan who buys a small electric car should pay for the roads, but they shouldn't pay 3 times what the same sized gas-powered car would pay. A gas-powered car of the same size would pay about $70. And this would ask them to pay $200 a year, substantially more. And I know that a lot of folks assume that most electric vehicles are high-dollar vehicles where folks are able to pay that surcharge. However, the price point on electric vehicles has come down substantially. The vehicle I drive retails new for less than a Honda Accord, and we need to recognize that this is imposing a substantial new fee on working families and make sure that it is right-sized for those smaller vehicles. So what my amendment does is it takes vehicles that weigh...
Mr. Toth, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Give me just a moment to finish laying out my amendment,
Not at this
and I'd be
time.
happy to. So what my amendment does is it leaves the $200 a year fee for very large electric vehicles like SUVs, trucks, and Hummers, but recognizes that smaller cars are smaller, have less wear and tear on the road, and would be paying less in gas tax. And for those smaller vehicles, moves the fee down to $100. With that, I'd be happy to yield for questions.
Mr. Toth, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for a question?
Will the lady yield for questions? The lady yields for questions.
Representative, are you aware of the weight difference between a like-kinded gas-powered vehicle versus an EV of like kind?
I'm aware that there are different weights, but we are only addressing vehicles
What is the weight
under
disparity
5,000
between a
pounds.
like-kind vehicle and an EV vehicle?
I do not have the specific numbers in
The
front
EV
of me.
vehicle is a third more is 30% heavier than the gas-powered vehicle in every class. So whether you're talking about a subcompact, compact, medium-size, or full-size SUV, the EV is 30% heavier, doing more damage to our roads. Shouldn't they, in turn, pick up the cost of the damage they're doing to our roads?
An electric Nissan Leaf should not be paying more in fees than a Ford F-150. So members, the average national fee for electric vehicles is $130. We are going substantially above. This does not make sense. Please support my amendment to make sure that these small vehicles being driven by working and middle-class families are treated fairly. I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I appreciate what Representative Zwiener is trying to do here, but cutting the EV fee in half is contrary to the report that was issued by the Department of Motor Vehicles, and the stats that she gave you are not accurate. The reality is that currently the average vehicle travels just under 12,000 miles a year, about 11,484 miles, and uses about 515 gallons of fuel, and that generates $103 on state tax revenue and $94 in federal tax. Cutting this in half, they would be paying less than the average gasoline vehicle, and we would be shortchanging the citizens of Texas on their roads. The reality is that EVs, as Representative Toth pointed out, often weigh more. The more a vehicle weighs, the more pavement consumption there is, the more preservation and maintenance we have to perform on the roads.
Mr. Speaker,
point, I would...
Mr. Chairman, yield for a question?
Yes.
Chairman, isn't this something you and I sparred over last session, and you and I worked together a little bit, and you actually showed me documentation that shows that these electric vehicles weigh significantly more and they chew up the road faster and cause more damage?
That is absolutely correct. You were instrumental in killing this bill last session.
I was.
And I appreciate you working with me this session, all session long. This is the first I've seen Ms. Zwiener's amendment. I see what she's trying to do, but it would be shortchanging Texas if we allowed this to happen.
And if they chew up more road, they shouldn't be paying less than a gas vehicle. They should be paying at least the same or more, probably more.
That's correct.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you. I would move to vote down this amendment, and a division vote's fine, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Ms. Zwiener to close on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, I have two vehicles. I have a Nissan Leaf and I have a 1996 Dodge Ram Long Bed Cummins 2500. I love both of my vehicles. We all know that 2500 Dodge Ram has more impact on the road. When we are comparing these fees, we need to be comparing our EVs to like-minded counterparts. That's what my amendment does. Heavy EVs like Hummers, trucks would be subject to the higher $200 fee. Smaller EVs under 5,000 pounds that should be compared to vehicles with significantly higher gas mileages. Those vehicles would have the lower fee of $100. I encourage you to do something that makes sense and that is sustainable long-term for our communities instead of putting an overly high fee into place right now. Move adoption.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. Vote aye, vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Zwiener voting aye. Show Mr. Rainey voting nay. Show Mr. Canales voting nay. Show Ms. Flores voting aye. Show Mr. Jones of Dallas voting nay. Have all voted. There being 28 ayes, 113 nays, the amendment fails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Flores.
The chair recognizes Ms. Flores to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Again, thank you to Representative Canales for this bill. This amendment would simply require Texas residents to pay, it requires Texans to pay a $400 fee in full at the time of registration for a new vehicle and $200 at the time of renewal. The upfront cost of an electric vehicle road use fee can be a burden for many electric vehicle owners, especially those who may already have invested a significant amount in purchasing an electric vehicle. The cost of electric vehicles has significantly dropped, making EVs a viable option for low to moderate income individuals. This amendment would give electric vehicle users an option to break up the registration fee into quarterly payments, which would make the fee more manageable for EV owners, allowing them to spread out the cost over the year. This could potentially encourage more people to purchase electric vehicles, as they would no longer be deterred by the upfront cost of the fee. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate what Representative Flores is trying to do, but the reality is if we broke it up into 4 payments, there would be no way to enforce somebody who missed a second payment. That would also increase the administrative fees. So this fee would actually get higher if we became in the collection business of every time somebody needed to make a payment, we had to chase them down or cancel their registration. This amendment would create a logistical nightmare. I move that you vote 2.
Chair recognizes Ms. Flores to close on the amendment.
Again, for those of you who remember layaway plans, it was helpful to be able to pay things in increments. So I would ask you that you please vote so that lower income folks can also afford to do this in increments. So I move adoption. Please vote.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Division vote. Strike the board. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. Vote aye, vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Canales voting nay. Show Mr. Rainey voting nay. Show Ms. Flores voting aye. Show Mr. Slayton voting nay. Show Mr. Tinderholt voting nay. Have all voted? There being 37 ayes, 104 nays, the amendment fails. Does anyone wish to speak for, against, or on the bill? The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is extremely important to making sure people are paying their fair share and that we have adequate funding for the preservation and maintenance of our highways into the future. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 505. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cook voting aye. Show Mr. Rainey voting aye. Show Mr. Tinderholt voting aye. Have all voted? There being 142 ayes, 4 nays, SB 505 has passed the third reading. Representative Canales moves to lay House Bill 2199 on the table, subject to the call. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2066. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2066 by Cook, related to the diversion of certain foster youth from the juvenile justice system, including through emergency behavior intervention by certain persons providing foster care services.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, House Bill 2066 will require local juvenile probation boards to create policies to divert foster children with low-level crimes or informal probation designed to help them work on their behaviors and prevent future incidents. This will allow for these children to avoid a juvenile record, and upon having after completing these services or probation, their charges would be dismissed. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 2066. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2066 passed the engrossment. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
SB 838, SJR 32.
The chair lays out on second reading HB 2300. The clerk read the bill.
HB 2300 by Allen, relating to the eligibility of certain criminal defendants for an order of non-disclosure of criminal history record information.
The chair recognizes Dr. Allen to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker and members, HB 2300 allows for persons who are convicted of certain misdemeanor, and I emphasize misdemeanor crimes, which does not include murder, rape, or rape, to be eligible for an order of non-disclosure upon completion of their sentence, provided the person has no prior criminal convictions and has not been placed on deferred adjudication, probation. The bill would make this This person eligible for order of non-disclosure retroactive to help more people access stable housing and contribute to the workforce. HB 2300 expands eligibility for people to petition the courts for an order of non-disclosure after a period of time based on their offense. Move passage.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Patterson.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to thank Dr. Allen for working so closely with us and accepting this amendment. This amendment simply removes Section 6 of the bill, which would repeal the prohibition of allowing defendants to apply for nondisclosures who have a history of violent and sexual crimes. I move adoption.
Mr. Patterson, since the amendment is acceptable, the author of the objection to the adoption amendment, the chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Dr. Allen to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of engrossment of HB 2300. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Should Dr. Allen voting aye, Mr. Patterson voting aye, Mr. Holland voting aye, Johnson of Harris voting aye, Mr. Toth voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 91 ayes and 55 nays, HB 2300 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2638. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2638 by A. Johnson of Harris, relating to Medicaid coverage and reimbursement for multi-system therapy services.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Harris to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the first of two bills that deal with juvenile justice issues. Currently, Texas Medicaid lacks intensive community-based care for youth at risk of criminal behavior, which is forcing kids into the juvenile justice system as a mental health care provider. Multisystemic therapy, or known as MST, is an intensive family community-based treatment that addresses needs of serious offenders in juvenile justice. This will reduce recidivism long-term and be a good thing for our state. I hope that you all will join us in support of this bill, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of engrossment HB 2638. This is the record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Johnson of Harris voting aye. Have all members, show Mr. Patterson voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 92 ayes and 54 nays, HB 2638 is passed to engrossment. The chair announces signing the following in the presence of the House.
HCR 99.
Amendment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2518. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2518 by Bella Kaufman, relating to public work contracts, including contracts on public property leased to a non-governmental entity.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bella Kaufman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Texas Government Code Chapter 2253 currently requires payment and performance bonds on all construction projects that are public. In a growing trend, private entities are now leasing public property and constructing public improvements. Subcontractors and supplier claimants cannot file mechanics liens against the real property owned by that government entity. HB 2518 seeks to protect by codifying specific terms that must be included in a lease between a government entity and a third party. This was House Bill 1477 last session that passed this House unanimously. I believe there's a perfecting amendment, Mr. Speaker.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bella Kaufman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bella Kaufman to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment clarifies the notice that the government entity can give the third party to not move forward with the construction. Move adoption.
Mr. Bella Kaufman sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Bella Kaufman to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment. HB 2518. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2518 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2795. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2795 by Canales, relating to the amendment of an existing comprehensive development agreement for a portion of State Highway 130.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill we passed out of the House last session that ran out of time. It is a permissive bill that allows TxDOT to negotiate the building of a road with no new fees, no new taxes, and no new tolls. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment, HB 2795. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2795 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2774. The clerk read the bill.
HB 2774 by Thompson and Brazoria relating to the treatment of income tax expenses and rate proceedings for water and sewer utilities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Thompson of Brazoria to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2774 would make waste, water, and water utility tax calculations consistent with other utility rate calculations by calculating them on a standalone basis regardless of a utility's role within a parent company. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2774. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2774 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2983. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2983 by Alverson relating to a pilot project to provide medical nutrition assistance to certain Medicaid recipients in this state.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
All right, Mr. Speaker, members, I apologize. I'm going to talk about this one for just a second because I want to explain to you what this does. In healthcare, we have known for a long time universally that you are what you eat, and I think we can all agree to that. And we also understand that prevention is much better than waiting until somebody gets really, really sick and then trying to spend money to cure them. It's the same basic principle that you encounter with your car. If you change the oil regularly on your car, that is a lot more cost effective than waiting for the engine to burn up. And so what we propose to do in House Bill 2983, based on countless studies looking at the effects that what you put in your body in the form of food actually has a material impact on the severity of disease, is we propose to allow the Medicaid program to begin paying for prevention rather than waiting for people to get really sick. And the population that we would like to target with this pilot study are pregnant women in Texas. We believe that this pilot project, which will expire on its own, it's basically a study where we will go out into communities where there's nutritional deficiencies that are identified, and we will provide counseling, we will provide nutritional support, and yes, we will provide healthy food to pregnant moms in communities where they are at risk to see if we can lower maternal mortality, lower maternal morbidity, and improve neonatal outcomes. And I'm here to tell you that the literature shows that we absolutely will, and we will save the state a whole lot of money in the process, plus lead to much healthier moms and much healthier babies. I do have a perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Alverson.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment simply adds some clarifying language with regards to dietitians and nutritionists, clarifying that we want them to be registered dietitian nutritionists, and I move adoption. It's acceptable to me.
Dr. Oliverson sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption of the amendment, chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2983. A record vote has been requested. The clerk ring the bell. So Dr. Oliverson voting aye. So Mr. Jatan voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 125 ayes and 21 nays. HB 2983 is passed through engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2908. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2908 by Murr relating to the authority of an appraised district to purchase, finance the purchase of, or lease real property, or construct or finance the construction of improvements to real property.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill modifies the tax code to allow appraisal districts to incur debt in order to finance the purchase or construction of facilities. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2908. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2908 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2404. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2404 by A. Johnson of Parrish relating to Medicaid coverage and reimbursement for functional family therapy services.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Harris to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is the second bill addressing family functional therapy, which is high-quality services provided in the community for youth with mild to severe behavioral problems. The bill expands the coverage and reimbursement to include FFT to support family-based therapeutic intervention, again, for delinquent youth who are at risk of incarceration. I move passage.
The question occurs of a passing engrossment of HB 2404. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Ms. Johnson of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 93 ayes and 48 nays, HB 2404 is passed through engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2195. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2195 by Noble relating to wrong, fictitious, altered, or obscured license plates, increasing a criminal penalty.
The chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An obscured license plate is a public safety issue. They are used by those who traffic people or drugs and want to avoid law enforcement reading their plates. Although this practice is already against the law, this bill increases the maximum fine for the first-time offense and provides an escalation of fines for subsequent offenses and adds license plate check to our vehicle inspection each year. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of the engrossment with HB 2195. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2195 is passed in engrossment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. SB 10, Paxton, relating to fetal development instruction included as part of the public school health curriculum in certain grades.
Thank you, sir. The chair is out on second reading HB 3651. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3651 by Bales relating to motor fuel taxes.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bales to explain the bill.
Speaker member, current law lacks the clarity to ensure successful prosecution of individuals who unlawfully or fraudulently acquire motor fuels. House Bill 3561 strengthens the ability to investigate these crimes. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of the engrossment of HB 3651. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 3651 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1239. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1239 by Oliverson related to consideration by insurers of certain criteria for rate making.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the purpose of House Bill 1239 is to
Mr.
regulate
Speaker.
the use of...
Mr. Bryant, for a purpose.
I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 1239 on the basis that it's a violation of House Rule 11, Section 2, because which prohibits a motion or proposition on a subject different from the subject under consideration to be admitted as an amendment or as a substitute for the motion or proposition under debate.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Bryant raises a point of order against further consideration of the committee substitute for HB 1239 under Rule 11, Section 2, on the grounds that the substitute is not germane. As introduced, the bill applied only to prohibiting insurers from using certain criteria establishing rates. The 6-page substitute significantly expands the original 2-page bill by including, among other things, prohibiting the Department of Insurance from requiring insurers to engage in disparate acts, impact analysis in connection with insurance rates, underwriting, or practices, and prohibiting insurers from refusing to deal with companies under a number of circumstances. The chair has previously held similarly egregious additions as not germane. Because of the substitute's additions constitute subjects different from those embraced in the original bill, it is not germane. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. Pursuant to Rule 4, Section 41, HB 1239 is returned to the Committee on Calendars. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1446. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1446 by Cortez, relating to procedures governing declared disasters for the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cortez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1446 creates a TDCJ Emergency Advisory Board appointed by the governor as an emergency response recommendations during a crisis. The advisory board will be responsible for drafting a plan to outline extended lockdowns and other procedures during a declared state disaster. I move passage and Viva Fiesta.
The question occurs on passage through engrossment HB 1446. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Cortez voting aye, Mr. Frank voting nay. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye, Mr. Cortez voting aye, Mr. Smith voting nay, Mr. Holland voting nay, Mr. Wilson voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 86 ayes and 56 nays, HB 1446 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 772. The clerk read the bill.
HB 772 by Allen, relating to corporal punishment in public schools.
The chair recognizes Dr. Allen to explain the bill.
I love you too. I told Dr. Mr. Speaker, HB 772 prohibits corporal punishment in Texas public schools by school employees, volunteers, independent contractors. Corporal punishment has been banned in several Texas independent school districts, but not all. Currently, state law does not prohibit the use of corporal punishment in public schools, and the decision is therefore left up to individual school districts. Educators may use corporal punishment only if the Board of Trustees has adopted a policy allowing the use of corporal punishment unless the student's parents, guardian, or other persons having lawful control over the students has previously provided a written signed statement prohibiting the use of corporal punishment for that student. Such a statement must be provided each school year. If you administer corporal punishment, completely strict with your district policy, because it is a potential area of liability for educators.
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlewoman answer a couple questions?
Will the gentlewoman yield for question? Gentlewoman yield for question.
Representative Allen, is your goal to eliminate corporal punishment in schools?
Yes.
And so by doing so, because districts have their code of conduct, they should follow that code of conduct to the letter. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
And so your bill specifically states that to follow the code of conduct of the district. Is that true?
Yes. Every district has a state of conduct, and so does the state have Chapter 37.
Would you agree that it is truly wrong for someone to put their hands on other people's children?
I do. Yes, I do.
And that could create some real dissension between parents and school staff. Would you agree with that?
It does. And it has a very negative impact on children in terms of their behavior, their emotional stability, and the way they feel about themselves.
And we wouldn't want to create that emotional instability among those students, would we?
Would not. We would not. That's not the purpose of schools. Schools should be their happy place.
And also, wouldn't you agree that if someone put their hands on someone else's children, that could create some other bad effects? That parent or guardian may come to that school to hurt somebody. Would you agree with that?
I do agree with that.
So what your bill is doing is really protecting the student as well as their families.
The student, the parent, as well as the teacher and other administrators at the school.
Dr. Allen, I think it's a great bill. I think it's much needed. We know that tempers are high in schools today, and we really need to protect all the way the parents and/or the students.
Yes, and I think it's a good thing particularly in this day and time, that we don't provoke children and send them into a mode of shooting each other. And we're shooting kids, we are beating kids, we are being very, very mean to our children these days. And so I'd like for schools to be their happy place where they learn and where they are very comfortable, not where you're going to get beat.
That is so wonderful, Dr. Allen. Thank you for this bill. I think it can protect a whole lot of people in the school environment and keep people from coming back angry.
Thank you.
Mr. Pursuit, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 772 under Rule 4, Section 32C on the grounds that the bill analysis does not substantially comply with the rule or is materially misleading.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Dr. Allen to close on the bill. The chair recognizes Mr. Toth to speak in opposition to the bill.
Members, my freshman year, some of the best counsel that I got on corporal punishment was from Chairman Dutton. And Chairman Dutton was sharing a story that went on between his mom and dad. And his mom said to her husband, she said, "You know, I think the boy is afraid of you." And Chairman Dutton's recounted how his dad said, "The boy needs to be afraid of somebody in this house. Corporal punishment, appropriately, is a good thing. And kids do need to fear leadership." And so I ask respectfully that we adhere to that in our schools. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to speak in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Our children are made in God's image. They're given to parents to raise and to care for. And under current state law, a public school cannot use corporal punishment without the parent's consent. That's current law. So if a school paddles a student, they're doing so with the parent's consent. Now that God who made those children gave us some advice for our children. Proverbs 13:24 says, "Whoever spares the rod hates their children, but the one who loves their children is careful to discipline them." We would be wise, members, to follow the design that God has for disciplining children because we love them, because we want to see their future be bright. And that's for that reason I oppose this bill.
The chair recognizes Dr. Allen to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is an opportunity. I have carried this bill for 18 years, and I think this is a new day and a new time that we raise our kids. Of course, if parents want to chastise their children by using corporal punishment, that is their prerogative. But I think when other people do it, and particularly in a school setting where it should be a very positive environment, I think that is harmful. All your classmates know you've been corporal punished. And so on behalf of the 5 million children in the state of Texas, I move passage. Thank you.
The question occurs on passage and engrossment of HB 772. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Dr. Allen voting aye. So Mr. King of Hemphill voting nay. So Mrs. Jones of Dallas voting aye. So Bella Montgomery voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 58 ayes and 86 nays, the bill fails to pass. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1905. The clerk read the bill.
HB 1905 by Tallarico, relating to requiring school districts to make available certain school safety training courses to employees of child care facilities and certain organizations providing out-of-school time care.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tallarico to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill amends the Education Code to state that school districts may make school safety trainings, including active shooter trainings, available to employees of child care facilities, after-school programs, or some private schools. And I move passage.
The question occurs on passage and engrossment of HB 1905. All in favor say aye. Those say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1905 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 238. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 238 by Bernal, relating to the regulation of migrant labor housing facilities, changing the amount of a civil penalty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bernal to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 238 seeks to strengthen the enforcement of the state's migrant labor housing standards adopted by the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. I believe there's an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Romero.
The chair recognizes Mr. Romero to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, first of all, I want to thank Representative Bernal for
working so hard for so many sessions on this bill. This bill is the bare minimum to hold the agency TDHCA, who's had this responsibility since 2005. I want to let members know this is a complaint-driven process. The amendment clarifies the ability for a farm worker, the ability of who can complain, and that is the farm worker, a designated representative of the farm worker, an individual that observed the violation of the housing standards to submit a complaint to the agency via the 1-800 number provided to them. The amendment also requires TDHCA to provide educational materials to inform the workers of their rights under the program. And additionally, this amendment requires TDHCA to provide individuals who own, establish, maintain, operate, or otherwise make arrangements to housing. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Move adoption.
Mr. Romero sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. There's objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Bernal to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Really proud to be up here with Representative Romero. Members, I don't know if you heard, but this session I'm on livestock and agriculture. And what I learned there is that farmers, first, agriculture is the second largest industry in the state, but also the work they do is heroic. They keep us fed. They keep a lot of people employed. They had to work during COVID. They are essential workers. The thing is, they don't do this work by themselves. And those same people that work with them deserve the same kind of protections and the same kind of recognition that they do. And I want to tell you, just to look around, who some of those people are. They're Representative Romero's dad, Trey Martinez Fisher's dad, J.M. Lozano's grandfather, Oscar Longoria's mom, all of my aunts and uncles, and my dad. These are the people that do this work, a lot of work that other folks don't want to do. And what this bill does, it is the fourth time I have filed it. What the bill does, all it does, is make sure that when these workers are provided housing by the employer, and there is an issue with sanitation or safety, the bill literally says imminent danger or sanitation, that when the employer offers a place for them to live and they go and there's an issue with sanitation or safety and they pick up the phone, that the state of Texas, when they call, the state of Texas will pick up the phone. That's all the bill does. And so I really appreciate all the folks who have worked on getting this bill here, all the folks who have worked on getting the members where they are, and with that, I will move passage.
The question occurs on passage through engrossment of HB 238. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Bernal voting aye, Mr. Schaefer voting aye, Mr. Romero voting aye. Mr. Lozano voting aye. Ms. Swanson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 116 ayes and 31 nays, HB 238 is passed through engrossment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. SB 397, Hall, relating to the procedures for closing a polling place. SB 569, Springer, relating to requests to a municipality for production or certification of a record in a civil action, authorizing a fee.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The chair lays out on second reading HB 484. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 484 by Meza, relating to suicide prevention in municipal jails.
The chair recognizes Ms. Meza to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to thank my joint authors on this bill, the chairmans Moody, Reynolds, and Kane. In the Texas municipal jails, suicide are a significant concern, accounting for 31% of all deaths in recent years. Every suicide is preventable tragedy. Research has been done to develop strategies to address jail suicides. An analysis from last year found that two-step process, screening the inmates upon intake, and then proper staff training were the two most fundamental components of suicide prevention in jails and prison. So many of you might remember that this body passed a bill in the previous session for the Texas Commission on Jail Standards that updated the intake process to improve mental health screening, and consequently, the suicide rates in Texas county jails decreased. However, this standard only applies to county jails and not to municipal jails. So we want to take that successful effort that our House and our body did a couple of sessions ago to reduce suicide in county jails and apply it to the suicide rate problem that we're having in the city jails. So this would establish suicide prevention requirements for municipal jails to help bring them closer to the standards that we've already established for county jails. So by implementing these standards, we can reduce the number of preventable deaths in Texas jails. Thank you, members. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of engrossment HB 484. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 484 is passed on engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4256. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4256 by Murr, relating to establishing and funding a grant program to plug leaking water wells in certain counties.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill creates the Leaking Water Well Program administered by TCEQ for grants to certain districts to help finance the plugging and remediation of certain water wells. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing on engrossment HB 4256. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 4256 passed on engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2481. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2481 by Garcia, relating to a counseling and crisis management program for relative or other designated caregivers and children in the managing conservatorship of the Department of Family and Protective Services.
The chair recognizes Mrs. Garcia to explain the bill.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 2481 would help increase the success of kinship placement by providing access to essential mental health services for caregivers and children. And I would like to thank Senator West and the bipartisan group of joint authors on this important piece of legislation, Representatives Allison, Morales-Shaw, Bowers, and Price. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passing on engrossment HB 2481. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2481 is passed on engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2757. The clerk will read the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I move to please.
HB 2757 by Tepper, relating to funding and activities of the Texas Produced Water Consortium.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tepper for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 2757 to tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Thursday. Thank you.
Members heard the motion. Objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3756. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3756 by Flores, relating to civil liability for removing certain individuals or animals from a motor vehicle.
The chair recognizes Ms. Flores to explain her very first bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a bill relating to removing civil liability for removing certain individuals or animals from a motor vehicle. It's a great bill, but I believe we have an amendment that's acceptable to the author.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Bella Montgomery.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bella Montgomery to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment just makes certain that for purposes of clarity, a citizen deciding to take the action to remove a baby or an animal, that the standards are the same. There's no ambiguity under the law. And I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Bella Montgomery sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author is objecting to adoption. Amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Flores to explain the bill.
I had.
Can I ask her questions?
Mr. Speaker, I had
Mr. Wu,
questions
for what
the
purpose?
author of the amendment.
The amendment has been adopted, Mr. Wu. You're welcome to ask a question of Ms. Flores on her first bill. Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
Will the gentlewoman yield for some questions?
Would the gentlewoman yield for questions?
I will yield for questions.
She yields for questions.
Representative Lulu Flores, let me ask this question. So this is your first term, right? And so you've had a long, successful career in the law. You have contributed so much to our community. Why did you wait till now, just till now, to decide you wanted to run for the Texas House?
Well, actually, I have run 4 times, and it took me 30 years to get here, but as they say, anything that's worth doing is worth the wait, so here I am.
And persistence pays off.
That's right.
And I remember I block walked for you in your campaign against your predecessor, Eddie Rodriguez. Do you know who my block walking companion was for your campaign?
Of course, how could I forget? It was my acupuncturist, Dr. John McMillian.
It was a very interesting day spending the day with your acupuncturist block walking for you. I'm so glad you've made it here. You've been a tremendous addition to the Travis County delegation. You are a hard worker. You are smart. You lead with your heart and your brain, and I just really appreciate everything you've contributed to our delegation and to this House.
Thank
Welcome.
you so much, and thank you for block walking so many years ago.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the lady yield for questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
I will yield for questions.
She yields for questions.
Ms. Flores, you represent Austin, correct?
Part of it, yes.
Part of it. Does your bill address why restaurants in Austin close at 7 p.m.?
I don't believe it does, and I don't believe they do.
Is that concerning to you that restaurants in this major city would be closed at 7 p.m.?
Well,
so none of us can eat when we get off the floor?
I think you're going to the wrong establishments, Mr. Wu. Normally, the only restaurants that close by 7 are those that only serve lunch.
Does your bill address why drivers in Austin cannot remain in their own lane when they're driving?
I believe because a lot of them are from California and other foreign places, and so it's causing the traffic to get a lot worse.
Are you the famous Lulu of Lululemon?
I wish I were, because then I'd be really rich and I wouldn't have to be doing this.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Niabe Criado, for what purpose?
does the lady yield?
Does the lady yield?
I yield for questions.
She yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Flores, I hear that you used to be an avid runner, but now you swim and you do yoga. But I heard that you have a fitness equipment in your office. Is that correct?
Yes, I do, and yes, I was.
What do you have?
I do have a life cycle bicycle in my office.
Is that permitted under the rules of the Preservation Board?
Absolutely. If not, I always believe it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission.
That's wise. And let me ask you this. We also heard that you're a former staffer for the, and who, is that correct?
I'm sorry?
That you're a former staffer?
Absolutely was a former staffer way back in 1979 to 1986.
And in that time period, who were you a former staffer with? Who did you work with?
I had the honor of working for the first Mexican-American woman ever elected to the Texas legislature, the late, great Irma Rangel from Kingsville, Texas.
Absolutely, and she left a legacy for the rest of the Latina legislators now in the House, and it's an honor to have you here serve with us as her former chief of staff. So congratulations and welcome to the Texas House.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions? She yields
Yes,
for
I
questions.
yield for questions.
So we just heard that you do some exercising in your office. I think that you're pretty health conscious. Would that be true?
Yes, it is, except
And-
for the Cheetos and potato chips that I love.
Oh, so you cheat sometimes?
Obviously, yes.
So that kind of leads me to my next question, because I know you had told me about fasting and eating and drinking certain things on certain days, and then I invited you to dinner, and you it seemed like it didn't take very much to twist your arm to eat dinner. Is that accurate?
Well, I do like to remain a bit flexible, even though my husband says I am the least flexible person, not physically. Never mind. However, I do a lot of yoga, remember, so I am very flexible. However,
it seems like
I
you
sometimes, instead of doing my fasting on Thursdays or just my liquids, I do fast on Fridays instead.
Well, and I remember being across the street with you on a balcony having some drinks, and it seems like, again, it was fairly easy to twist your arm and get you to partake. So I think that you probably are someone who would be very fun to hang out with at dinner over drinks. Is that correct?
That's correct. Of course, the liquid beverages are never off the table on any of the days. They're always allowed under my plan.
Well, very good. Welcome to the House. We're happy to have you here.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Murr, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to, would the gentlelady yield for a few questions?
Will the gentlelady yield for a few questions?
No.
The gentlelady does not
No.
yield for questions. She does
Are
yield
there
for
questions on the bill?
Would the gentlelady yield for a few questions on the bill?
I will yield for questions on the bill.
So we sit on committee, and I know that the gentlelady and I have had discussions about the bill. So testing your mettle, just to talk policy for just a moment. This bill, can you tell us the origins of the bill? Where you got the idea for the bill?
Well, this bill has had several iterations, and I believe the last time the Representative Celia Israel carried this bill, and I believe she came across some difficulties in getting it passed finally, mostly because I think you were part of the issue.
So I know this bill was filed in 2015 by your predecessor in office. Does that sound accurate?
I believe so, and then again and again.
And then in 2017, we also had a debate on that. It was called the hot dog bill, if you recall, not simply because it had to do with hot pets in vehicles and the liability to try to do something about it. Does that sound accurate?
Correct. It's a Good Samaritan bill, but it is referred to as the hot dog bill because literally the dogs and other pets will be very hot.
And then in 2017, that bill was changed on the House floor, so the language that had to do with domestic animals was removed, and it only had to do with young people, or it says specifically vulnerable individuals. That's part of the language that you have before you.
Correct. The way the law stands right now, it is folks are immune from liability if they do remove an infant or an individual from a hot car.
Right. And so hats off to your predecessor for putting that into law so that folks could give attention to a vulnerable individual, especially in heat stress. My point here is this body has considered this before, and I simply wanted to make other members aware, not take away from the fact that it's your first bill, but it is important policy. There are many of us, we represent different and diverse parts of the state, so we have differing points of view. But I appreciate all the hard work that you've put in on it. I know it has been challenging. Fundamentally, though, we disagree on policy, and so I appreciate you spending the time to answer a few questions.
Well, thank you for the questions and for the statement, but yes, I do have lots of bipartisan support, and in fact, I showed good faith by accepting an amendment by Representative Bell. So you are correct. I'm working hard, and it's a great bill, and I move passage.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against the questions of Representative Muir for asking substantive questions on a member's first bill.
Please bring your point of order down front.
You're not taking my note. I moved passage before she said that,
Okay.
though, sir.
The question occurs on passage of engrossment, HB 3756. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Members,
Aye.
you can vote from your desk.
Aye.
You can vote from your desk. Members, you can vote from your desk. Members, you can vote from your desk. Have all members voted? There being 100 ayes and 45 nays, HB 3756 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3803. The clerk will read the bill.
Charles, it's your time? Yeah. Oh, we got to stay.
HB 3803 by Cunningham relating to allowing parents and guardians to elect for a student to repeat or retake a course or grade.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cunningham on his very first House bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, currently the state of Texas allows for parents to hold their child back a grade level from grades pre-K to third, or have that child repeat a high school credit course while allowing them to move forward on the next grade level. These options exist because of Senate Bill 1697, which was passed in the 87 legislation session by Senator Angela Paxson, and on the House and with our House sponsor, Chairman Ken King. The bill received unanimous support in the Senate and received a vote of 147-0 in the House. However, the sunset provision in this bill has made the renewal of these policies necessary. House Bill 3803 seeks to extend the aforementioned policies and also allow the parents or guardians to elect to keep their child.
Dr. Buckley, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some
The
questions?
gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I'll yield.
The gentleman yields for questions.
For
All
questions.
right. So, Representative Cunningham, you talked about your bill, the way that it allows parents to, I guess, to ask that their kids repeat a grade, and is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. In what circumstances can they do that?
Well, I'll take you one further and just look at a child like me. It helped me.
Hey, that's what you told me before when we were talking about you carrying the bill.
Yes.
But talk to us just a little bit about some of the things that you feel like the committees that you're on, and just how much you're learning in your favorite committee.
You know, my favorite committee is the committee that I would like to call the one of knowledge, and it's called Pub Ed.
Yeah. Well, that's a really good answer, and I appreciate that answer, and we really appreciate your service on the committee. You've hit the ground running, and welcome to the Texas House. Congratulations on your
Thank
first
you,
bill.
Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you.
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for
Will
what
the
purpose?
gentleman yield for a couple questions?
Gentleman yield for a couple questions.
Yes, I'll
Gentleman
yield
Representative Cunningham,
for questions.
whose position did you take?
I took a very flashy, dressy young man. His name was Dan Huberty.
Dan Huberty. Now, I've always seen you in navy, brown, black. You're not living up to would you say you're living up to the reputation of that seat?
You know, I served with Mr. Huberty on the school board, and I still couldn't keep up with him, so I'm going to work on that.
So, Representative, that means that we're going to see you in orange, pink, and green pretty soon?
Don't commit to that one. Real man wear pink. I will be in pink.
You will wear pink. That's a pink suit or just a little pink handkerchief?
Start with the handkerchief. I'll start with the handkerchief. And maybe a shirt.
So, Representative Cunningham, you are so conservative, but you've taken the seat of a very flashy man. You know, where we come from, you got to live up to what they call the street rep. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Cunningham, welcome to the House.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of engrossment of HB 3803. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 3803 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 5052. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5052 by Gertie is relating to the criteria considered by groundwater conservation districts before granting or denying a permit.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes on his second bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 5052 asks that before a groundwater district issues a permit, they consider what effect the permit may have on exempt wells. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing engrossment HB 5052. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 5052 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4777. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4777 by PLISA relating to the model training curriculum for school district peace officers and school resource officers.
The chair recognizes Ms. PLISA to explain not her first bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4777 empowers SROs with more education and a greater opportunity to be a healthy, positive adult relationship in a child's life. This bill is fully supported by the Texas School Districts Police Chiefs Association, and I'm grateful for the bipartisan work on this bill. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of engrossment HB 4777. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 4777 is passed in engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HCR 20. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SCR 28. The clerk will read the resolution. The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D to designate as joint sponsors and co-sponsors for SCR 28 all joint authors and co-authors for HCR 20.
Members heard the motion and objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HCR 20. The Senate companion is open and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SCR 28. The clerk will read the resolution.
SCR 28 by Huffman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Herrera to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill urges Congress to repeal the government pension offset and the windfall elimination provision of the Social Security Act. With that, I move passage.
The question occurs on the passage of the resolution. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Herrera voting aye. Have all members voted? All members voted. There have been 147 ayes and 0 nays. The resolution is adopted. Mr. Herrera moves to lay HCR 20 on the table subject to the call. Is objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HCR 86. The clerk will read the resolution.
HCR 86 by Jatan, expressing support for the strengthening of our partnership with Taiwan and for the expansion of Taiwan's role on the global stage.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jatan to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Concurrent Resolution 86 recognizes the long friendship between the United States and Taiwan and expresses support for the strengthening of our partnership with Taiwan and for the expansion of Taiwan's role on the global stage. With that, I move passage.
The question occurs on adoption of HCR 86. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Jatan voting aye, Mr. Garcia voting aye, Mr. Bahani voting aye. Have all members voted? All members voted. There have been 147 ayes and 0 nays. HCR 86 is adopted. The following bills and resolutions on first reading and referral. The clerk will read the bills and resolutions.
HB 5411 by Kitzman, relating to the Board of Directors and powers and duties of the Twinwood Municipal Utility District. Number 1, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to post assessment fees and taxes, refer to the Committee on Land and Resource Management. HB 5412 by Kitzman, relating to the powers and duties of the Waller County Municipal Utility District. Number 3, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to post assessment fees and taxes, refer to the Committee on Land and Resource Management. HB 5413 by Kitzman, relating to the powers and duties of the Waller County Municipal Utility District. Number 2, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to post assessment fees and taxes, refer to the Committee on Land and Resource Management. HB 5414 by Spiller, relating to the creation of the Mountain Springs Municipal Utility District of Cook County, granting a limited power of eminent domain, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose fees and taxes, refer to the Committee on Land and Resource Management. HB 5415 by Spiller, relating to the creation of the Elm Fork Municipal Utility District Number 1 of Cook County, granting limited power of eminent domain, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessment fees and taxes, refer to the Committee on Land and Resource Management. SB 543 by Blanco, related to the conveyance of property by a municipality for the public purpose of economic development, refer to the Committee on Urban Affairs. SB 1094 by Schwertner, relating to purchase power costs incurred by electric utilities, refer to the Committee on State Affairs. SB 1516 by King, relating to the procedures for an application for a writ of habeas corpus and the issuance of the writ, refer to the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 2032 by Creighton, relating to adult high school charter school programs, refer to the Committee on Public Education. SB 2269 by Perry, relating to discontinuing group self-insurance coverage and dissolving the Texas Self-Insurance Group Guarantee Fund and Trust Fund under the Texas Workers' Compensation Act, refer to the Committee on Business and Industry. SB 2586 by Paxton, relating to the San Jacinto River Authority, following recommendations of the Sunset Advisory Commission, specifying grounds for the removal of a member of the Board of Directors, refer to the Committee on Natural Resources. The following resolutions are being referred to the Committee on Resolutions calendars. H.R. 1264 by Busey, H.R. 1265 by Belk Kaufman, H.R. 1266 by Gonzalez of El Paso, H.R. 1267 by Gonzalez of El Paso, H.R. 1268 by Gonzalez of El Paso, H.R. 1269 by Gonzalez of El Paso, H.R. 1270 by Davis, H.R. 1271 by Lujan, H.R. 1272 by Lujan, H.R. 1273 by Lujan, H.R. 1274 by Guerra, H.R. 1275 by Jatron, H.R. 1276 by Jatron, H.R. 1277 by Jatron, H.R. 1278 by Oliverson, H.R. 1279 by Oliverson, H.R. 1280 by Flores, H.R. 1281 by Click.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton for a motion. Announced.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The Committee on Juvenile Justice and Family Issues will meet at the posted location beginning at 6:45, 6:45, in case you don't know the difference.
Members, the Speaker's desk is clear. If you have any announcements, please bring them down front. Mr. Guerin moves the House adjourned until Thursday at 10 a.m. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The House stands adjourned.